you're probably going to have the worst mic on stage for the first time ever.
Goodness, I hate that. That's right.
Man, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How you doing?
Good, man. Did you finish your cake?
I did, yes.
Well, I asked you if we should delay the space to give us time to prepare the agenda. You're like, no, it's good, but if you can delay it, I can finish my cake. This shows.
That's right. Yeah, my daughter made a milk cake, so I had to.
You say I had no idea you had kids. You say your daughter?
Yeah, I got kids.
Holy. This is where you correct me, by the way, Slimer. When I say I feel like an asshole, you're like, no, it's fine. Man, give me an excuse.
No.
Later today, so it should be exciting. Tough place to be. Not saying I agree with your deep state statement, but in general about them not liking Trump, I'm sure that one is hard to disagree with.
If you recall, there was that Project. They're putting the kibosh on that. They're gonna quell their, sort of cool their. Well, at some point, O'Keefe was able to. But they're all gone now. But basically, the premise of the call was Trump 24/7, impeachment 24/7. It was basically a big political to-do. This was about a year or more ago, but it was just obvious that they were banking on Trump to sort of pull them through. But now everyone's numbers are in the crapper. And while Trump does break a lot of news, I have to tell you, on the fundraising front of things, it's not the same anymore. It doesn't quite bring in all the small donors like it used to.
Yeah, you said that comment in a previous space we did. By the way, Gabe and Joe, I've sent you guys the invite to come up. Trash, good to have you. Ryan as well, good to have you as well, Mr. Fournier. So it's going to be a fun panel. Yeah, so Justin, you've made that comment beforehand, and I know you're openly, so I can say it because you're open about it, but you're not a Trump fan. You used to be a Trump fan. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you did mention about you're making an objective statement about an observation you had regarding fundraising for Trump is getting more difficult. That catches me by surprise. I thought it would be easier now than it was before, because before he was the underdog, but now
Well, I don't
definitely not the
have
underdog.
insight into Trump's operations. I do have insight into people who have historically used Trump's name to fundraise. And it used to be that just dropping the name on this or that would instantly give you just a big load of donors. Writing, for example, when he was kicked off of Facebook or kicked off of Twitter, would bring in just tens of thousands of dollars to senatorial candidates, congressional candidates, committees, PACs. You could just mention his name, and now that's not necessarily the case. So we're gonna have to watch the FEC reports. We're coming up here on the end of March. Every quarter is a deadline for FEC reports, and so on the 15th or the 21st, I can't remember, of April, we should see the first sort of round of Federal Election Commission reports filed by Trump's committee. And we'll be able to tell by what's called unitemized donations how small dollar donations are going.
Does anyone have the latest reports, the polls done on who the nominee will be and who the president will be? Has anyone looked into the latest polls, and how's Trump looking now compared to DeSantis?
Yeah. So like I haven't looked at recent polls. I do know Trump is ahead, but I do look at Predictit, which is a betting site, and they pretty much people put their money where their mouth is. I think it is a good predictor in some cases, although it does skew a little bit, I think, more towards the right, which I don't know if that would impact. They're about neck and neck, I believe. I think that they were tied, and I think that when Trump was indicted, DeSantis pulled ahead slightly. I didn't check today, but I could do that really fast.
Yeah, if you can do it and then send me through the link as well, I'd love to have a look at it. I think we should add it to our agenda. Romy, if you're listening, I think we should add this poll to our agenda every day. But I'd love what does it say for Trump? What is there for DeSantis? That's for the nomination, but how about in terms of becoming a president? How do they compare to Biden?
Yeah, so right now it is 42 for DeSantis, 40 for Trump. So that's basically what. So if you bet 42 cents, you win $1. If DeSantis wins, you bet 40 cents, you win $1. If Trump wins, then Nikki Haley is 6%. So DeSantis is ahead of Trump right now. If you look at the chart, though, over the last 90 days, it's been pretty close, probably the last like 3 months. They're kind of going. So if you go back and you look at Democratic nominee Biden's running away with it over Gavin Newsom, 69-10. Let me see if I can pull up the other
link I gave you, Mario. I just put it into the back channels. There is Real Clear Politics, which follows all of the different polls that come out. So the betting site that Brian is speaking to is really interesting to watch. But the pollsters that make phone calls and talk to likely voters right now, they have Trump at the latest one is the Monmouth poll. It just came out a few days ago, and this is actually, it might have been just yesterday. This has Trump at 44, DeSantis at 36%, Pence and Haley, and on down from there. The question is, when you add more and more people to sort of the roster of people who might run, it eats into DeSantis numbers. If it's a head-to-head with Trump and DeSantis, Trump is slightly ahead. But I will remind people that at this point in 2011, Mike Huckabee was in the lead against Mitt Romney. The lead would change another 5 times. And in the end, it wasn't until well up until a couple months before the actual convention in August 2012 that there hasn't been a very clear pollster who has around who guessed it right, but it's been an awful precipice for pollsters to predict things. Even since 2012, I remember on the Romney campaign, our pollster internally, just days before the election came up, I predicted Trump was going to win. I just knew it in my bones. And then 2020, I predicted he was going to lose because of COVID stuff. I hated being right on that one, but we'll see where 24 comes out.
There was one.
Yeah, you want me to just quickly.
A poll, and he's been doing this every month, February 1st. 190,000 people voted in it. It was 53.1% Trump, 46.9% DeSantis. March 22nd, he did the same poll. 2,000 or so more voted in it. So 100.
I mean, interesting. By the way, I want to Joe Walsh. Good to have you, sir. Thanks for giving us your time again. Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. Go. Let me just touch on this. I poll, Donald Trump has jumped in these last 3 months, and clearly he's developed a lead, and it's not really even close.
That's undeniable.
Yeah,
and I
I
think,
agree.
but I think what you're going to find over the next little bit, a very, very different feeling about kind of where momentum was shifting. And I think it's going to be, it's not going to be pretty. I think we can all agree to that.
Yeah, and you have to also understand that DeSantis hasn't officially announced. So I'm not saying that's going to give him a major bump, but I think it would bump him up a little bit.
I think it would change the conversation.
So I do want to kick off. Let's kick off the space, everyone. We do have Nick up on stage, and we have our special guest as well, Jenna Ellis. Jenna, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. I've been looking forward to joining one of your spaces, and finally our schedules worked out. So thank you so much for having me.
I appreciate you giving us the time. Nick, I'll let you do the introductions, and then we could kick off the show.
Oh, well, Jenna, as he said, it's a pleasure to have you on here. You're the former senior advisor and counsel for President Trump. That's correct?
Yes.
Got it. So, in general, just give us your thoughts of this entire situation. There's been a lot that's gone on over the past week.
This is, yet another interrogation and investigation that is clearly politically motivated. And whether you like Donald Trump, you hate Donald Trump, the concern here that everyone who cares about this country, cares about the rule of law, and cares about our justice system, everyone should care about the fact that this is clearly a politically motivated attack. And I say that because Alvin Bragg, his predecessor, Cyrus Vance, who was in that office, and also Letitia James, the current New York Attorney General, all ran openly expressing that one of their goals, and a chief goal, was to get Trump. And that is not a facet of our justice system, to target an individual and then go look at what they could possibly be indicted or convicted for. And so in my view, this whole entire scope of where not just Democrats, even some never Trump Republicans. So, I'm certainly not saying that this is limited to just the Democratic Party. I think this is really a terrible misuse of elected office, of state resources, of federal resources, but mainly the Democrats, but it's all Trump's political opponents. They have consistently, from Spygate to Russiagate to first impeachment, second impeachment, Mar-a-Lago raid, Donald Trump. Now, he's using that, of course, to his advantage to say, look, I am the most victimized, sought after, person in America. I'm standing between you and freedom and prosperity and all of those things that he is campaigning on. And I think he's using that to his advantage over the last 72 hours and even the last week of the news cycle to do what he did best in 2016, which was to have who hate him have been doing nonstop for the last week and did nonstop in August of last year with the Mar-a-Lago raid. So, all of this is unfortunately so much more about politics than it is about the rule of law. And this is where there has to be a clear-cut distinction between the rule of law and politics, political optics, campaigning, all of that. We should not want to weaponize the justice system or institutions of government to target political opponents or score political points. And so overall, I think that this has been a very clearly intended political attack on Donald Trump. And I think that everyone who cares about the justice system should call this for what it is, whether or not you like Donald Trump, and whether or not you like his responses to this. That may be a political question and that can be debated, but I think we need to at least start with the recognition that it's a false narrative to say, well, no one is above the law, when if you look at the former district attorney who refused and declined to prosecute this, the feds declined to prosecute it. It's outside the statute of limitations. It's a flimsy case anyways. This isn't about no one being above the law. It's about Donald Trump being consistently below the law, in the sense that somehow, just because his last name is Trump, he doesn't get this citizen protections in America like everybody else. And that's something that I completely disagree with. And I would hope that my counterparts on even the never Trumper side would agree with that. And I actually had Alan Dershowitz on my morning radio show this morning and my podcast.
You dropped out, Jenna.
Did we lose her?
Yeah. So anyone that has
phone
yeah, she spoke out a phone call. Jenna, you back?
I think Trump called her.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. So
yeah. Hello, thank you, Jenna. So beautiful. Wonderfully said.
So
go ahead, Brian.
Jenna. So I totally respect your opinion on that, but do you like I see what you're saying, but we also don't have the charges yet. I know you're I guess assuming that the charges are basically what the media is talking about, but we don't know for a fact that there isn't other possible charges that could be in the works in Manhattan. So do you think that's a possibility, number one? And if it is, then I guess, do you discount what you just said?
Well, I mean, is alien life possible? Sure. I mean, this is one of those things where in law is a potential outcome possible? Sure. But let's talk about the probable here. Remotely credible from any of these witch hunts and hoaxes, as Trump has called them, since 2015 that have ever held merit. And they have tried to weaponize the justice system and Congress and everything else against him on a variety variety of levels. I mean, not just related to the Manhattan DA. Maybe they have a case, and I hope he gets a really good. Everyone in this country is entitled to competent counsel, regardless of whether your name is Donald Trump.
Communication with anyone from the Trump team in recent days, and any thoughts on the post that Trump did? Not sure if you've got more information on this regarding being arrested on Tuesday. Not sure.
Yeah, so I actually had Liz Harrington on my show yesterday morning as well, and so we had a long conversation, and I asked her about the campaign finance issues, all of that. I would encourage you to go to the JennaEllisShow.com. You can see the interviews there. So I mean, I still talk to my former colleagues at the Trump campaign, those who are still there, fairly routinely to see, what information they're willing to give me now as, independent media. I'm a part of Salem Media. I'm also part of the American Family Radio Network. I haven't worked for Donald Trump for 2 years. So, I'm not internal to that orbit, but of course, I still speak with them and ask them all of the questions that I would be hopeful.
I was thinking about this. We just saw this stuff come out with the 2018 letter from Michael Cohen's attorneys, basically saying that he used his own money to pay Stormy Daniels. The Trump org, Trump camp wasn't privy to any of that information. And this was stated in a sworn, highly confidential letter on behalf of Mr. Cohen to the FEC. Then we also see this letter from Stormy Daniels putting this public statement out, signing it, declaring that she never had an affair with Donald Trump at any point. And, I kind of, and this might be a farce, but I talked to some friends about it last few days, and it sort of might make sense. Did Michael Cohen have the affair with Stormy Daniels? And when the public paid her, did he then lie and say it was on behalf of Trump? And, when you start to think, well, why would that happen? I'm like, well, this guy has a wife. He has kids. Did he want to protect himself and, his wife and kids from leaving him? I want people to kind of think about that, because that's sort of one of the theories that I have on this. I don't know what you guys think, but it seems some things are pointing towards that.
Well, I'm certainly not going to speculate on the personal life of Michael Cohen. And I think that's maybe a dark and twisty closet none of us want to open. But to your point, Ryan, about there being a very good defense for Donald Trump with this letter to the FEC from obviously come up in a trial context if it ever got that far. And this is the difference between a grand jury and a courtroom. And the famous phrase, of course, is that a prosecutor can lead the grand jury wherever it wants to go, even to the point of indicting a ham sandwich. Well, why is that? Because you only get the prosecutor's version, and whether or not there is enough evidence to make is the minimum standard under our rules of law that would bring forward an indictment from a grand jury. And that is a very to convict a person of that offense in a trial context. And so we have a really long way to go from potential indictment time and the grand jury, even if they returned an indictment, say next week or in the next few weeks, that cloud of an indictment and that process will be playing out over the next year or more. And you don't get your day in court anymore, you get your decade in court. And so how this plays politically to the more moderate part of the GOP, to those who are already a different candidate that isn't Donald Trump because of this cloud of an indictment. Now, Trump is very, very PR savvy, and you're talking to someone who's had personal media training from Donald Trump. I mean, when I worked for him, he would call me right after media hits and say that was great, and and here's also what you can say, and he was really great coach and mentor, and I really respect him for that, and he knows how to use the media to his advantage. And that's very, very good politically. But it's also true that anyone in this country who's running for any office, especially on the federal level for the president of the United States, when you have a pending or current indictment, that's just not a good thing. And I think that the left and the Never Trumpers know that. And they're going to manipulate that to their advantage. And that's ongoing things for years to try to may return versus what actually comes out in court. But that letter, Ryan, is going to cut us out in court. But that letter, Ryan, is going to cut
For that, Jenna.
Before you jump in,
And I was going to say one thing on top of that, Jenna, is that, if this guy did in fact lie, to this grand jury and to the prosecutors, I mean, that opens himself up for prosecution himself, I would guess, right?
Well, there is a rule of the higher responsibility of the prosecutor in, and I believe that a prosecutor is required to do whatsoever justice requires, and that's why malicious prosecutions, are disbarred. Hugely significant, especially the federal judiciary, the Supreme Court, the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I mean, all of these things that were campaign promises that he fulfilled, rather than going after, for example, Ron DeSantis out of Florida. I just don't see that right now in this particular political climate is the best use of the airwaves and the times and resources that he has, especially on Truth Social. I think that there are so
sense maybe it's not his best use of time and resources there. Do you think this is something he's being advised of, and that those influencers are sort of pushing him in that direction, or do you think this is his default mode and there's really no stopping him? He's going to do what he wants to do there.
Well, I think it's probably a little bit of both. Trump will be Trump, and that's the thing. Either you love or hate about him. I mean, that's just the reality. Is that Trump, you always just get who he is. And I've talked to him obviously so many times, just one-on-one, and he's the exact same one-on-one as he is in front of 50,000 people at a rally. He's he is who he is. And so I think it's a little bit of both. But I also think that, looking at the Trump versus DeSantis, maybe upcoming battle. And of course, DeSantis hasn't announced, and the Trump campaign is kind of touting some of these polls. I will be very interested to see how those polls shift if and when DeSantis does enter the race. But I think that, from my perspective, what Trump did in 2016, that in the last open primary that the GOP had, was that he very, very effectively used these attacks to put his political opposition in the primary totally off guard. And the responses from, for example, Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio and others, but primarily them, it just threw them totally off their game. They weren't used to going head-to-head with somebody like Donald Trump. And I think that Ron DeSantis has learned from that. And I also think he's a man of very different mettle. And I think that the Piers Morgan interview that has been flagged as coming up on Fox Nation tonight, when he kind of just laughs off this nickname, and he says, well, also call me a winner because I am a winner. And he's also someone that, unlike in 2016, Donald Trump has previously endorsed, he voted for, and DeSantis has a great track record. And so that's going to come out in the primary. And if and when DeSantis decides to run, I think he will. But this is going to be a very different primary than 2016. And so I don't think the same plays that Trump ran in 2016 are going to be as effective. It may be a little bit, but it won't be as effective against someone like Ron DeSantis. 2024 is very different.
So I'd like to segue into a question regarding Ron DeSantis. Before, I would like to go to Trash. I think he had his hand up earlier. But the question I'd like to ask with regards to this is, I see a lot of chatter online with people saying that, or they're claiming that Ron DeSantis has to stop this arrest of Donald Trump, this potential arrest of Donald Trump, if a warrant is issued. Is it even possible for him to do that as a governor of Florida?
No. So I actually also had a podcast with my good friend Josh Hammer, who is an attorney as well, and we went through the constitutional provisions. And so the extradition clause of the Constitution, the term in there is shall upon request. Shall in legal terms, shall mean shall. There's no discretion at all. And Trump's lawyers have already signaled since, I believe, about March 7th or 9th, somewhere in there before this became really big in the news cycle, that they were planning for Trump to just go up to New York on his own accord and attend an arraignment if that took place. And that would take this whole idea of a potential extradition off the table. And so, here I don't see, certainly in the immediate sense, or even if Trump declined to go and said, you're going to have to extradite me and all of that, that DeSantis would have any legal role here or any discretion in those types of decision making. But what I found very interesting about the response to DeSantis's comments when he first answered that question in last Monday's press conference. And again, I think he's contrasting himself with Trump because he didn't jump into the news cycle. He didn't say, here's my thoughts on it, and run to the media like a lot of other GOP supporters or candidates. He waited, and he just continued on the Florida course of business. And then when the question was asked to him, he also didn't deflect. He wasn't non-responsive. He answered fully and robustly. And he also said, I'm not involved, and I'm not getting involved. And I think what was missed in that response, or maybe intentionally from the MAGA base, was that he meant he's not going to be helpful in any way to Alan Bragg. or Alvin Bragg. And so I think he's
that's something that the press secretary, I think, came out and confirmed that was what he meant.
Yeah. So, and my personal thought on, his kind of side snarky comment, probably ill-advised, even though it was, it's kind of funny as I don't know what goes into paying, hush money to a porn star. Okay. And that got some laughter, but, I think he could have been and taken the opportunity to be very statesmanlike and draw an even sharper contrast between himself and Trump's style.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's a very comprehensive answer. I'd like to go to Trash. I think he had his hand up earlier.
I did.
That's a question.
I did. Thanks.
Yeah,
appreciate
I like
you.
the raccoon. That's your profile picture. That's great.
Yeah. I am the internet trash panda, I suppose, Jenna. So
that's great.
It was more of a statement. I kind of wanted to bring it back to what Jenna was talking about. And listen, Brian makes a good point. I understand. I have not seen any charging documents. I don't know what the grand jury is going to do. I mean, you guys know my politics, my bias, but I'm still fair with this stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm really kind of concerned with what I was seeing here. So it was leaked. Trump obviously took advantage, went fundraising, right? That truth about getting locked up in cuffs was, in my opinion, a fundraising, rile the base type of thing. Good for him. That's probably what he should have done. But what I'm concerned about is that I haven't seen anything from Bragg. Bragg makes a statement in the letter in response to the House Judiciary Committee saying, we will publicly state the conclusion of our investigation, whether we conduct our work without bringing charges or moving forward with an indictment. Well, we now know that the grand jury has been postponed till next week. And so all of this hubbub, all of this stuff was going on. We saw on Tuesday where there was more cameras than people looking in New York. There was nobody there protesting. And then what we see? Well, there's a picture of a woman holding an Arrest Trump sign who's Lisa Fithian. Now, Lisa Fithian shut it down. She's an activist. Millie Weaver actually broke a story in October 2020 regarding the Sunrise movement and the Sunrise Zoom calls. And this is between the DHS, FBI, senior executive officials, coordinating with like BLM, Sunrise Movement, and Antifa, so on and so forth. She has all those recordings. And Lisa Fithian was part of that conversation. And here she is on the steps here. And I was really kind of concerned because you also saw where they had 700 police, riot squad police in New York. It seemed like they were really ramping something up. And it was really concerning to me. And I was thankful that nobody went. And so I guess my question is, is there actually going to be an indictment? Because they seem to be continually postponing it. I couldn't see an angle here where it would have been a positive result for anything. And yet it also seemed like there was a little bit of a probe to kind of get people to New York and hopefully not have another, January 6th type event. And that's what it seemed to me, because I'm not seeing here where this is now, again, not everything's been released, but a lot of it just doesn't make sense. And it keeps getting postponed and the statements being made by Bragg are very vague. And so I was just wondering everybody's thoughts on that, especially seeing this kind of stuff.
Well, real quick, I'll answer that, the grand jury is still an independent body. So whether or not an indictment is returned is ultimately up to them, regardless of what Alvin Bragg wants them to do, regardless of what Donald Trump wants them to do. So that's anybody's guess. And why they've been postponed into next week, is that because they're concerned about the news cycle? I don't know. And that's also anybody's guess. But I would agree that some of this rhetoric in terms of, protest, may be unwise, just if we are all concerned about the pretext of weaponization of government, then we should want to be careful. But at the same time, the right to peacefully protest and petition the government for redress, those are constitutionally protected enumerated rights. And we shouldn't be concerned as American citizens in exercising our rights legitimately when we see an opportunity to push back. And so I would just say to people, regardless of what the leftist mainstream media is saying, we shouldn't ever be silenced in our voice and our concern. And I'm very grateful to Representative Jim Jordan and the Weaponization of Congress Select Committee. I hope that really good legislation comes out of that. We need to move forward as concerned citizens and never let this potential pretext of anything stop us from continuing on the path of protecting and preserving our country and our Constitution.
So Jenna, I'm just going to quickly ask, obviously Trump has made some pretty crazy posts on Truth Social. Like, do you feel that there is a danger that a judge, once he is indicted, could put some sort of gag order on him to make it so that he can't make posts like this?
Well, I'm not sure which particular post you're referring to or characterizing as crazy. I mean, I think we all have our own opinions on that,
I don't necessarily mean crazy, but I mean pointed towards the DA and pointed towards what if he maybe starts making posts about jurors and stuff like that. Is that a real concern that he should have?
I mean, I think that's total speculation that, he would be posting anything on Truth Social that would result in, anything other than he has freedom of speech and freedom of the press like anyone else in this country. And whether or not a judge chooses to have the gag order on the press and, make the proceeding secret, that could be for a lot of other determinations under statutes. And, as you're the same person, I think, that asked about, isn't it speculation on what charges are being filed? Well, I think it's even more speculative what Trump may or may not post on Truth Social. And, he's entitled to post his opinions. And a lot of people like his brash comments. A lot of people don't. And I think that that Trump is entitled to his opinions, whether or not you or I particularly like or don't like it. That's his style and he's entitled to it.
Well, Jenna, hi, Jenna. What Mr. Krasenstein was asking about isn't just an academic or matter for speculation. Federal judge, Judge Kaplan, actually cited the former president's recent comments about the investigation, the hush money investigation, as a reason to allow an anonymous jury in this E. Jean Carroll lawsuit. And I'll quote the judge's order. Mr. Trump's quite recent reaction to what he perceived as an imminent threat of indictment by a grand jury sitting virtually next door to this court was to encourage protest and to urge people to take our country back. That reaction reportedly has perceived by some as incitement to violence. This is not me. This is a sitting federal judge.
So do you know who the judge is and who he was appointed by?
Judge Lewis Kaplan, and I don't know. I can Google real quick, but I don't think it matters who he's appointed by.
Well, if we're talking in the whole context of weaponization of government, I personally would disagree with that. And I think
senior judge, Clinton appointee. Since
so a
94.
Clinton appointee. All right. Well, there you go. But, so, I just think that to say that just because one judge is concerned that Trump encouraged people to exercise their constitutionally protected rights, should make us all think that, Trump is,
Jenna, you didn't let me. Well, Jenna, you didn't let me get to the judge's next sentence, which was, and it bears mention that Mr. Trump repeatedly has attacked courts, judges, various law enforcement officials, and other public officials, and even individual jurors in other matters.
Oh, no.
Well, he's
entitled to, Andrew. He's entitled to his opinion. And, I have also gone on social media and media interviews and said I totally disagree with commentary that justices have made from the bench. I thought it was an inappropriate question, or I thought that they were pontificating too long, or whatever. This is not something that, frankly, we as a country should be concerned that someone is expressing their displeasure with a court opinion or with a public figure or anything else.
Jenna, the reason I brought it up is because whichever Krasenstein was speaking earlier asked the question, and you said that you basically said he was speculating, but it's a federal district judge, a senior judge, someone who's been on the bench for quite some time, who has said this. And
Clinton appointee.
Your response is, oh, that's a Clinton appointee. I think
Can
you're mischaracterizing the issue here, where in my response to Mr. Krasenstein was that, and hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, Brian, but was simply that it's speculation on what he may or may not post in the context of a trial forthcoming out of a possible grand jury indictment. Of course, that's still speculative. So to go back and say, well, a judge found something on an entirely different matter on an entirely different Truth Social post, okay, fine. But, I'm not going to speculate on what he may or may not post about an indictment we don't even know is going to be handed down. We'll get to that if and when we do.
Jenna, I've got a question for you, and apologies if it's been asked because I did jump off for a couple of minutes. But one thing is that we were expecting something from the grand jury on Wednesday, and then that got delayed a week. And then we've heard murmurings in terms of some of the grand jury thinking the evidence is not weak. I've read certain reports about that. In addition to that, you have a number of these leaks in terms of the letter from Stormy Daniels and so forth. Do you think that the evidence is so weak and that's what's taking time now?
Well, we did answer that a little bit, but just kind of the 30-second recap version for those who just joined is that, there could be many different reasons why Alvin Bragg is reconsidering whether or not he actually wants to submit this for deliberation. What exactly is going on? We know that there was a more surprise witness of Bob Costello that came in to undermine the credibility of Michael Cohen. And, we were also expecting on Wednesday that there would be another witness, which apparently didn't occur. So, these kinds of things, though, are pretty routine in this context, that a grand jury proceeding isn't over till it's over. So this could be a wide variety of things. And so I think that for Trump to say, he thinks that he's getting arrested on Tuesday was probably the best information that he had at the time. But the fact that that didn't happen, I don't think is indicative that, he was trying to be misleading or just trying to fundraise or anything like that. But I do think that this is just a little bit more standard process, and we will all just have to wait and see how this ultimately plays out. I think that Alvin Bragg is going to have to make some really critical decisions over the course of next week.
Okay, so we have a lot of speakers here on stage. I'd like to go to Will. Will, hey, how's it going? What are your thoughts on all of this?
Sorry, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's see. I think the idea that we'd have a gag order I think it's pretty unlikely. There's also the just obvious problem of you're putting a gag order on a guy who's the leading presidential candidate, and they're speaking out constantly publicly about running for president. There's obvious serious First Amendment concerns with doing that. And I think the general idea that it's like, oh, he's very, I think Jen has already nailed it in terms of, he's very critical of the judicial system and judges and jurors. It's like, well, that's his right. He's an American. This isn't China. So he gets to talk about, just like anybody else gets to talk about, what they think of what the judge is doing. Now, will that help him? Will that make the judge more likely to rule in his favor as a general matter? Probably not. But I doubt we'll see any sort of gag order. I don't know. I don't know if you guys want more general thoughts. I guess I'm surprised not to see an indictment. There may be problems with the grand jury. They may be resisting. That happened, I think, last year or a couple of years ago with Andrew McCabe, where I think DOJ told Andrew McCabe that he was likely to get indicted, and then they just couldn't get the grand jury to give them what they wanted. So he got off with of a false statement charge.
Well, I'm actually interested in your thoughts as well. And this question was asked to me previously about Ron DeSantis in Florida and whether or not he should, do something as a Republican governor. And, obviously Trump is a resident of Florida. But what are your thoughts on all of that speculation and pushback from the MAGA base?
I think that there was.
Did we lose Will there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Ultimately, that would have just been frustrating because the law is pretty clear that he doesn't get to have a say in whether or not a citizen of his gets extradited. If we're not separate countries here, so anytime anybody else in a different state comes to you and says, "Look, we have a warrant for this guy's arrest. We have an indictment." There's not really any discretion for governors to resist that, as long as everything's in order. So I don't really think there's much he could do, even if he wanted to. But could he have tried to big time Trump a little bit and say, I work hard to protect all Florida citizens, so I'm going to ensure that this is lawful? I guess he could have done that. But in general, I think people are just overreacting. Like, I saw a lot of people saying that, it's over for DeSantis and blah, blah. It's absolutely not. We got like 10 months to 10 months to anybody's voting. Everybody's going to forget about this next week. And I think ultimately the real drag will be, I think Trump's legal problems will be a drag eventually. I mean, there's a rally to the flag effect when they start happening. But, do people really want to keep going on with this like soap opera for another 4 years? I suspect not.
Brick?
Yeah, no, thank you. I'd like to just talk about that last point that Will was mentioning about, do people really want to go on with this? Well, I think that this weaponization of the DOJ, the weaponization of the government in this regard, is going to happen regardless of who the candidate is. Yes, it's going to be there if President Trump is a nominee. Yes, it's going to be there if DeSantis is a nominee. It's going to be there regardless. Whoever the conservative candidate is going to be facing this type of opposition. So I think it's interesting that, on one point we were mentioning, early on, I think Jenna correctly identified that this is a critical issue and that people should respond to it. And, I was heartened to see like a candidate like Vivek get on a phone in his car, make an impromptu, extemporaneous type of comment on the subject matter. And other people did as well. And in this regard, I would say this is the criticism I have of DeSantis, is that does he need to come out and say with detail why he, is against this or not? But certainly he could have mentioned something about the concept of DOJ weaponization and then how he feels it's bad in general, because he will be facing it if he becomes the nominee. It definitely impacts him. And I think in some ways, his delay in addressing the situation may portend a lack of that ability to weigh in immediately on some form of controversy. And we'll see if that's a pattern that plays again going forward, if that repeats itself. But I think it's tough to say that this is something that's very important and we need to pay attention to immediately, and then at the same time applaud people who sat back and waited as being statesmanlike.
Well, just to push back on that real quick, though, Brick. The statement, the full statement from Ron DeSantis did push back on the weaponization of government. He specifically condemned that. He specifically condemned the Soros-funded DAs, and actually pointed to the fact that he's the only current sitting governor that has actually removed successfully a Soros-funded DA in the state of Florida. So I think where a lot of people have just clipped his one comment about, not knowing about the hush money to a porn star, if you actually listen to that full clip, and it's about 3 minutes of a response, he did directly condemn that, address it. And I thought in that particular element of weaponization of government, he gave a very robust answer.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, I did watch the entire clip, and I agree that his statement did address that. My only concern, not really a concern, is I just felt like he could have said something earlier, and that he was conspicuous in the delay. And I'm not even really upset about the topics he got into. I mean, that's fine with me, and that's all fair play in our modern politics. So I have no concern about that at all. I just think he could have made those same points about the weaponization of DOJ and Soros prosecutors on the day after it became apparent that this was happening, and not had to go into any details about anything above that. And then if he wants to go into further details in response to a question at a press conference, absolutely.
Yeah, and
well, I'd like to push back on that as well, because DeSantis was actually attending to the victims of the recent hurricane, right? Hurricane Ian, named after yours truly. So, I don't think he was even on his phone at that point. He was on the ground.
You are kind of a blowhard at times, Ian.
Well, and also to push back on that a little bit as well. He isn't an announced candidate. We all have to remember that. So, for Vivek and others, even Mike Pence to jump in, and when we can all snicker a little bit about Mike Pence running, but this whole idea that we need to expect him to act like a presidential candidate when a Trump-aligned PAC just actually slapped DeSantis with an ethics violation for apparently running a shadow campaign and acting to presidential candidate-like, and then the same base expecting him to jump in and act like a presidential candidate. I think, you can't have it both ways. And I would just note that this may be one of his intended attempts to draw a contrast in his leadership style from Trump. And again, the voters will have to decide. But Trump always weighs in on literally everything right away. And that's one of the things we loved about him on Twitter. That's why we all follow him on Truth Social. And that's part of what he does. And DeSantis is focused on the business of Florida. And he waited until the question was brought to him. And that's just, I think, a different style of leadership. How that changes if and when he announces, I think that's going to be very interesting.
Well, I think
I'd like to go to Will for this. Sorry, yeah, Ryan, you go first, and then I'd like to go to Will, and then all source.
Yeah, so sorry about that, Ian. The presser is one thing, and I mean, people can argue over the timing and how long it came out. I think the one thing that people won't forget is seeing this Piers Morgan interview that's being released in segments where you're seeing DeSantis flip-flop on Ukraine. You're seeing him saying he could definitely beat Biden. I mean, everything is indicative. Sure, he's not a candidate yet, but this interview would lead the most, stupid person on earth to think that he is going to be a candidate. And I don't think people are going to forget about that, especially at the timing of this indictment. When this interview is coming out, it doesn't really have a good look to many people. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Will. What are your thoughts on this? Will,
you got to unmute. Bottom left-hand corner.
Bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that was completely frivolous. The ethics complaint, Jenna was exactly right about that. I don't know. I mean, I feel like basically the Trump, I don't know what the right word is. The Trump supporters here are essentially creating this enormous double standard where their candidate and their PACs have been acting completely ridiculous towards DeSantis, accusing him of all sorts of nonsense. And the moment DeSantis goes on Piers Morgan and offers the slightest criticism, it's like, oh my God, how dare he? The heavens are falling. I mean, the guy's the guy is gonna run for president. That's pretty obvious. He's not violating any laws because he hasn't declared yet. That's nonsense. But he's probably gonna run. And I think the idea that you would give an interview on Piers Morgan after Trump hasn't even indicted, remember, after Trump claimed he would be indicted, it's nothing. This is just the kind of stuff that, I mean, if we've known anything from the past 3 or 4 years, is that the news cycle moves pretty fast and nothing really sticks. So yeah, I don't see, basically I think most of this is much ado about nothing. I mean, the indictment's a serious matter if it ends up happening. But how exactly DeSantis responded to it and at what time, I mean, I just think that's all trivial.
Yeah, I'd like to go to all source. You've got your hand up.
Yeah, hey, thanks. I mean, I just kind of want to echo some of these comments about Ron DeSantis. I mean, I think one of the important things is, as mentioned, I mean, he is the governor of Florida, and what this indictment, that we all been talking about, is related to the New York, right? And so I think that kind of reinforces. I mean, just Ron DeSantis as a governor, and looking at it at the time from a governor point of view, does he feel comfortable criticizing the laws and ways the judiciary branch of New York decides to run it? And I think that's one of the things. I think he understands, hey, New York runs New York, I run Florida, they have their own ways, I have my own ways. And I don't want to I don't think he wants to kind of delve into the issues of how they run their own prosecutors and legal ways. And because I think he kind of feels similar ways for Florida. And I said he's not a declared candidate. And maybe this is, and if we're going to talk about, political power and sway, I mean, there is a conversation to have, in the political sense that, maybe Ron DeSantis could say, hey, all this bad press on President Trump, and if he gets indicted or not, I want the focus to be on that and not necessarily on him internally. But, I think he's running Florida as a governor. He hasn't declared his candidacy. And even if he does, is this something that he really wants to weigh into? And does it benefit him politically?
Yeah. Jenna, what do you think about this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I tend to be in the last speaker and also Will's camp in this, that I thought that the response saying, that the Piers Morgan interview was somehow ill-timed, or, he owes some obligation to come out, immediately and condemn this, or, any of these things is really just a matter of people that are ardent Trump supporters wanting to put DeSantis back him into a corner where he has to at least show what they view as ultimate support for Donald Trump. And, as he's poised to potentially run as a primary opponent, he may not choose to do that, and that is okay. One of the things that I've been just really laughing about, frankly, that on social media over the last few weeks especially, but even the last few months, is this kind of concept of a loyalty pledge to Donald Trump. And he's the one who has suggested that that DeSantis is being disloyal. And he was actually on my radio show a few weeks ago, and you all can go and listen to that interview. And I asked him about that, and and he said basically the same thing, and added on a bit that he feels like he basically made DeSantis, and so therefore he should wait. But he's going to do what he's going to do, and whether or not that's Trump's personal perspective, if we all understand and agree that this is an open primary, he's not the incumbent, and even though he's running, basically saying, I am entitled to a second term, there may be people that believe that, they support him, they vote for him because of that, and great, you are allowed that perspective, but everyone else is allowed to jump in. Even if he was the incumbent, you are allowed to jump into a primary. And so I think that it's a little bit ridiculous to say that we need to all expect that Ron DeSantis does what is politically expedient for Donald Trump instead of focusing on his own job and potentially his own political aspirations. I think that's okay. And for a lot of the kind of ultra MAGA base, that if anybody even says anything remotely pro DeSantis, like, there was a comment from, one of the absolute crazies out there, Laura Loomer today, that was slamming Kayleigh McEnany for having Casey DeSantis on her program. She's like, Trump made you and you were the press secretary. It's like, well, okay, Kayleigh has been working for Fox News as an independent media for the last 2 years. Like, she's going to do interviews. That's okay. That's not being disloyal. And and I was reminded, when I left my role as a prosecutor and I went to be a defense attorney in my home state of Colorado, I actually went back and litigated cases and had trials against my former Boston colleagues. And nobody said, oh, you're disloyal. That's expected because roles change, people move on, and people look at their own career and also their own fiduciary responsibilities to their current employers.
And she has her own fights too. Like Casey DeSantis is fighting against SEL, which, as I think a number of panelists here know, is a form of critical race theory. That's an important fight. And just because something bad is happening to Trump right now, and that's unfortunate, doesn't mean we need to drop everything else that's happening, because the world is going to keep on moving.
Absolutely.
Right?
And I think that we can talk about a lot of things at the same time. And this is where, again, Trump loves it in media when everybody on every network is talking about him and him exclusively. And so some of these people who, in my opinion, some of these people who didn't get his attention the first and second go around are kind of a little bit desperate at this point, thinking that if they, say the most bombastic thing, they're going to get attention this time. And it's really, in my view, detrimental to the whole concept of a free and fair primary, because we have a general election as well. And, I'm obviously conservative. I'm a registered independent now, but, I tend to vote Republican. I voted for Trump twice, and I'm going to vote for whoever the GOP nominee is, because I think that we have to make sure to protect this country. And there's no way we can have another Democrat, whether it's Biden or somebody else, in the White House in 2024. And so I want to elevate the good points of Donald Trump, the good points of Ron DeSantis, and the good points of Vivek Ramaswamy, who joins me weekly on radio too. And I think we all could look at the fact that we have a wide bench as a very good thing.
I just to give my view, the issue I think with a lot of people when it comes to Ron DeSantis is he's clearly running. There's no other governor, like which other governor is going all the way to the UK to have an interview with Piers Morgan. There's obviously steps he's taken to make sure that he runs, and he's just skirting the issue not to basically declare straight away. And then you've got a scenario where essentially, you've got people who are diehard Trump fans, you have people who are diehard DeSantis fans, and then you have people who are still going to make a decision. And those people who want to make a decision, a major factor in their decision making is, guess what? We're against the establishment. We're against the deep state. And so you don't need to come out and support Trump. Like Vivek, who came on this show, didn't come out and support Trump, but he came out vehemently and expressed that, guess what? What's happening now, what they're doing to Trump is that the state is using its power to basically take out a political opponent. And what he got that from that was a significant amount of respect, a significant amount of admiration. He didn't lose any support by demonstrating that he disagreed with what was happening directly with Donald Trump. And so when it comes back to Ron DeSantis, he has to basically put his corner out, because a lot of people, when you look at his voting record, when you look at his past, he does look like an establishment guy, and he is trying to demonstrate.
Not to me. I don't think he does.
He is trying to demonstrate from certain actions, I guess what, I'm not an establishment guy, and this would.
He was part of the Tea Party caucus. I mean, he was one of the co-creators of it, alongside Thomas Massey and all these other guys, right? Jim Jordan. So I don't think it's fair to paint him as a rhino. I think this is a narrative that's being perpetuated by Trump supporters. I mean, Brick, you're the resident Trump supporter on this platform. What do you say?
Yeah, thank you. I definitely am a resident Trump supporter. I am not one of those people who feels that DeSantis owes blind loyalty to President Trump. I welcome his participation in the primary process, and I think that the conservative movement will be stronger for it. I think I might have been Will who mentioned something about it's not illegal for him to, as the governor, go about campaigning. And I'm not a resident of Florida, so I'm not familiar with the so-called resign to run law that is in place in Florida, whereby if the governor is going to declare for an office above that, he does have to, in fact, resign. So to the extent that some of you, I think Brian lives in Florida, I think many of you also might be familiar with that rule. Can you clarify how that applies in Ron DeSantis's position? Is it, on one hand, he's going about doing all the things that you would expect a candidate to do, short of actually saying, I'm running. Is that in compliance with that law? And I would just like to see him get it over with, have that law changed if he can, so he can declare and we can just go forward with the primary instead of this shadow boxing that's happening.
Let me respond to that. So that law has actually been changed twice previously to allow current elected officials to run for federal office. And so I have no doubt that if DeSantis does run, that the Florida legislature, which is majority Republican, will change that for Ron DeSantis. And but I do think that you're right that he is going to wait until the legislature does that. And that may be why he indicated on Fox News, and this was probably a month ago or so, that he's going to not even contemplate that until the end of the legislative cycle, because he has business to do in the state of Florida. That is one reason. I'm not aware of anything that he's done in terms of going on a book tour. I mean, that's, he's not campaigning. Let's be clear that he's going on a book tour. He's doing interviews. He is a national figure. And so while, yes, he's taking steps that would, to all of us, appear to be laying the groundwork for a campaign, he's allowed to do that under the law, totally. But I'm with you, Brick, as far as, I would love to see him jump in sooner rather than at the end of the legislative session in Florida, which ends in May. And so, probably wouldn't be until then. I think he should, so that we can all start having these conversations in real time, not just hypothetically. But, that's going to be his calculation and between him and the Florida legislature. But, my advice to the Florida legislature, just get rid of the law. I mean, if you're going to change it every time that, your governor wants to run for president, then, just let it go and let them run.
Yeah, but Jenna, isn't that the point though? Like, why do this? If you actually want to run for president, don't pretend you're doing a book tour. Run properly. That's the issue what people have gotten. So a lot of people on the right see him as I
don't think he's pretending.
Ron DeSantis has been a bit disingenuous.
I don't think he's pretending. I mean, I think that whether or not he's laying the groundwork. I mean, look, Mike Pompeo went and did a book tour. There have been Mike Pence went and did a book tour, and Pompeo hasn't announced yet, but people are speculating that he will. I mean, these are things that normal politicians do, and I think that because Donald Trump is focusing his fire on DeSantis, and everybody anticipates this, then we're all kind of saying, oh, you're kind of dragging your feet in announcing, but he's under no obligation to do that on our timeline. So I think that that's a little disingenuous to say that he's doing this and running a shadow campaign and holding him to a standard that's not actually there.
Joe, welcome back.
Hey, it's good to be back, and it's been great to listen to. And I won't dabble into the Trump-DeSantis thing. That thing, if it plays out, it can play itself out. I just have one big picture thought I'd like to express, and then I'll listen some more.
Yeah, go for it.
Look,
yeah.
You can say you can choose to believe that the story of these past 7 years is Donald Trump is a victim and he's been persecuted, and this has been the deep state or whoever after him every single time. You can choose to believe that, and you can probably make a case for it. And probably many people on this call believe that. I don't believe that. But here's the only thing I'll say. Phone calls like this kind of drive me crazy because we don't know what's going to happen. To me, the facts and the law are the only things that matter. And vis-a-vis this potential indictment in New York, it should only be up to the facts and the law. And if Bragg is just a political monster and all he wants to do is go after Trump and he's got a weak case, well, then he's got a weak case and he's going to look really bad if he puts forward a really weak case on a former president. And in Georgia, the only thing that should matter in Georgia are the facts and the law. And when it comes to the Justice Department investigating Trump for January 6th, the facts and the law, and the same thing with Mar-a-Lago. You get my point. I mean, you can choose to believe that they don't matter, and that in Georgia and the Justice Department, and that again, it's just people after Trump, and Trump never, ever, ever does anything wrong, or never, ever, ever would break the law. I can't believe that. I'm going to wait, and if there are indictments, I'm going to study the indictment and see what the facts and the law are. And I just think that's generally what we all ought to do.
Well, let me respond to that real quick. And and great to talk with you, Joe. I know we've had some.
No, Jenna, I enjoy.
I do too. So thanks for your comments. And I'm actually with you that I wish we could all just focus on the facts and the law. And if we could all do that, we would be so much better off in this country. But the legislatures of all 50 states and the congressional legislature as well has the intentional tort of malicious prosecution for a reason, because politics, unfortunately, come into play a lot of times. And so I wish that this were only about the rule of law. And if we could get back to that in this country, that would be a great thing. But politics come into this because there are politically motivated prosecutors like Letitia James who run their campaigns openly saying, I want to get Trump. So we have to talk about it.
But Jenna, when is that determination made? Like look at Georgia. Can we say already that that the potential indictment in Georgia is already super political, or can we wait and see what that potential indictment might be before we say this is a malicious prosecution?
Well, I think, again, we have to look at the campaign statements of Fani Willis that are down in Georgia. And so I think people are rightly characterizing this in their opinion. And listen, you don't have to believe that, but you don't have to believe in the law of gravity either. But the facts are, if you want to focus on the facts are what they are. And the campaign statements of these Democrat elected district attorneys, attorneys general, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and others are what they are. And I think we have to take those on face value because those are also facts in this equation.
Jenna, in your opinion then, is it just not possible that a fair decision could be made in New York, Georgia, in the Mar-a-Lago case, and even in the January 6th case with the Justice Department?
I've never said that's
Is
not
it
possible.
not
I've never
possible?
said it's not possible because, again, aliens' existence is possible, right? But I think that's where we have to focus on the elements of due process that are still embedded for a reason. I mean, our founders intentionally put in our Bill of Rights more protections in the context of a criminal prosecution than any other context for a reason, because they knew in their experience how weaponized government could become against citizens that were of the opposing party or political opponents. And so, yes, is it possible? Of course. And hopefully the grand jury will act independently and will look only at the facts in the law and not just go wherever a politically motivated prosecution would lead them. And, and this is where,
if they did,
and if they did, then they would look at the facts and they will independently evaluate that, and they would say so in their decision and their deliberation in their return of a decision. And they would say that based on looking only at the law and the facts, this is the conclusion. And but this is why the elements of malicious prosecution are so important, and why not even pursuing these types of charges when you have someone who's already openly said, our entire motivation is to get Trump, that should put a giant red flag and question mark in the mind of any rational, reasonable juror in the context of a grand jury or an impaneled jury, that maybe the motivation here is political. It's not just facts in the law.
So Joe, I want to ask you a question real quick, because a federal prosecutor that used to be with the Southern District of New York said that he couldn't believe that, and this is not a Trump supporter. He's actually quite anti-Trump. He chalked these charges up to, from what he can find, as speeding tickets. He called them Mickey Mouse charges, and that nobody within the Southern District of New York would ever pick this up. And they didn't do it before, and all of a sudden you've got Bragg doing it right now. And I know you're saying, okay, well, we need to put criminals in jail and hold them up on charges and stuff, but why Trump? We're talking about business filings here. I mean, is that?
No, and Nick, that could be the case. And look, again, when it comes to this case in New York, I've tried to be pretty consistent. Damn it, if they're going to indict him on what we think we know about New York, damn, they better have a real strong case. Because based on everything we think we know, like you and I, Nick, probably would agree, and I'd agree with Jenna, it just doesn't seem like there's enough there to go after a former president. I agree with you. Maybe we'll be surprised and there's more there. But again, I said this on a call a couple days ago, that this New York thing, and I'm a never Trumper. I can't stand Trump. You guys know where I stand. This New York thing, I could almost care less about. I've said that repeatedly, publicly. The president of the United States, the former president, when he was president, he got the Georgia Secretary of State on the call, on the phone, and he said, damn it, Brad, you need to find me 11,780 votes. Now, to me, that's a much bigger deal than paying off a porn star and falsifying financial records. Same with January 6th. So I'm not all bent out of shape about New York, guys.
And let me respond to that real quick, Joe, because I think that actually plays into a possibility of the Manhattan DA, that if there is an indictment that's returned on even more obviously frivolous charges in Manhattan, wouldn't that give cover to Fulton County and others for people to say, well, if they indicted him in Manhattan, then certainly they're going to indict him there. And let me also say the word find has a very particular meaning. It means to discover something already in existence, not to fabricate, manufacture, or otherwise try to generate. So my view is there's no there either in that phone call, whether that was politically ill-advised or not. Yeah. To say, go out and find does not mean what the Democrats and the Never Trumpers are trying to make it seem.
Well, hey, Jenna, and again, I won't quibble with you on what he said. My beef is the president of the United States, with the powers of his office, should never be calling the chief election official in a state and asking him or telling him to do anything when it comes to an election, period.
Well, and whether or not, we agree with that or not, the point is that that doesn't make him calling him and saying, hey, I'm concerned about the administration of an election illegal or criminal. Or
no, Jenna, I agree with that, Jenna. But to me, it at least demands an investigation. And again, the facts and the law hopefully shall dictate whether Trump is indicted for that or not.
Hopefully. I agree with you on that one. Hopefully the facts and the law will dictate.
So, yeah, go, Tommy.
Yeah, Gabe, you got your hand up. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, no, the thing I was going to say was I think, there's the whole discussion of whether or not DeSantis is going to run. And I think, if anyone watched like the 2022 gubernatorial debates, I think we all got a pretty good idea that DeSantis was going to run. He felt obviously uncomfortable that he was asked the question, primarily because, he didn't have his position secure going into the race and, needed a fallback. And so the idea of him running was not one he was willing to tell the voters, I'll be in office for a few months and then I'll announce my my presidential campaign. I mean, also the fact that you've got Florida legislators, even as of December 2022, saying, I think it's a good idea that we open this back up so that you could run in parallel and not have to resign. So I think all of the pieces are there for DeSantis to run. Now, I mean, honestly, I think the longer and longer DeSantis waits, the worse his position gets based on, I would say, the lack of pushback, we'll say, right? He's done some interviews or he said some stuff in some stump speeches, but I don't think he's really done anything of merit that would show why he's a better candidate. And again, I'm not a fan of either DeSantis or Trump. But we also, I think, kind of touch on what Joe said, is I think there's an overarching theme here is that we all need to acknowledge the fact that Trump lies almost every day, right? And when he does, it's to fire up his base and grift off, a fundraise off. And whether it's, him saying that he was going to be arrested on Tuesday, to claiming he sent the FBI to help DeSantis during the 2018 election, which again was debunked by the FBI, or the big lie itself about the 2020 election. We have to acknowledge the fact that we can't trust what Trump says, right? And I think that's just something to remember with this whole thing. But since Georgia was brought up and Jenna's on the call, I'm actually curious. Jenna, do you think that Trump lost the 2020 election?
Well, I've been very clear that that there were a lot of very problematic issues in the 2020 election that should have been heard on the merits. And the fact that we had such an irredeemably compromised election in the administration of the election is an issue that the courts should have heard. And I'm very disappointed to see so many people who say, the campaign didn't do its job, or, this or that, or all other kinds of things, when the failure, of course, was on the judicial branch to not hear election integrity cases on the merits. And in fact, Justice Thomas said that in one of his comments when they mooted out several cases after, of course, Joe Biden was ultimately inaugurated, saying, why are we keeping election law under this sort of shroud of mystery? Why aren't we addressing this in a very straightforward manner? And I'm of the opinion that in the Texas versus Pennsylvania case, under the Constitution, when it's a state suing another state, you have original jurisdiction in the Supreme Court. They did not have an option to hear that case. And I also believe that if the Supreme Court had chosen to hear that case, regardless of whether on the merits they held for Trump or against Trump, that would have been a better, more meritorious conclusion for the country, because then everyone would have at least said, okay, we had our day in court, we were heard, and due process ultimately happened. And that's the thing that I'm the most upset about, frankly, is that the judiciary, I believe, failed the country in that sense because they were unwilling to look at the merits of his election challenges.
Right,
and on that note, I have to hop off for a
wait. But
one second, Gabe.
I have to hop off for a media hit, and I apologize because they're
is it yes or no?
So I have to hop off, but I will see you guys hopefully in a little bit. I'll try to rejoin in a bit. But thanks so much, Mario, for having me.
Thanks a lot, Jen.
Absolutely happy to have you back on. Yeah.
Well, hopefully she comes back to answer.
She will. She
told us in advance that she.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago that she was going to.
There's nothing to do. Don't take the credit, Gabe. Your question wasn't too good. You had to jump off. You know, I know you want to take the credit.
No.
Well, wasn't that good, my friend? It was.
I figured I'd give her the ability to answer, but I was hoping for a yes/no. You know.
No, man, it's all good.
But Gabe, it's not always a yes/no, is it? Because you can have a scenario where you can't definitively.
No, but one thing I think, Gabe, because I was off for a bit. Gabe, your question was about the what was your question again? Can you ask it again quickly?
Yeah. So I just went through. I said basically, Trump lies a lot, but the last question I asked her since she was on the call was whether or not Trump lost the 2020 election. And we also should keep in mind that Jenna Ellis was also censured for making 10 false claims about the 2020 election. She acknowledged that, and I was hoping that she would also kind of.
So on the question, yeah. So on the first question, Nick, on your, I know we're not going to talk about Jenna after she went off. So good, but I think that's what you're saying, Nick, and I agree. But the point I want to make is. I don't think the question about the election is an interesting one because we've asked it to a few panelists here. Maybe we'll go to Jim or Brandon on this one. We asked this question to a few panelists, and Trash has his hand up as well. And it's one that tends to be avoided a lot. So I'm just curious why you think that is, guys.
I don't agree, Mario. I don't think it's avoided. I think what it is, it's not about. One second, I'll just go to Brandon straight after.
Go ahead, man.
But basically, I don't think it's a binary answer because when someone basically when someone asks that question, the reason they ask it is because they want you to say either no, and then they've got you.
Yeah, good point.
Or if you say yes, then they want to call you an election denier. But in reality, you can't just give a yes/no answer.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a very good point. Yeah, it's a lot more complex than that.
In reality, yeah, and I'll explain the complexity. In the United States, you had a scenario where you had significant issues with elections for a number of years. So we had the Gore-Bush elections where there were significant issues. You had the 2016 election where the Democrats complained that the elections were flawed and they didn't rely on the results. And then you had the 2020 elections. And there is significant need in America for election reform because you have a scenario where elections are done, the results don't come in until weeks later. So there's issues with technology. So there needs to be significant election reform because the very fragment or the very thing that keeps an institute working or makes us trust in the institute or trust in democracy in this regard or republic is that you can believe that when you vote, your vote is real, it matters, and it actually is a true vote. And so in reality, this is a silly argument that both people make. It should actually be both sides should be arguing for election reform because let's be clear, whoever wins the next election, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, both sides will complain that it's not a fair election.
Well, and Suleiman, the reality is that we are having some of these discussions related to particularly 2020, but even a little bit beforehand, because of election reform. In other words, we're in a reform state right now. The American elections at one time were same-day elections, and anything that was done by mail were typically highly restrictive absentee ballots. That's the way we did it in America for all of modern history. And that started to change this century with, at first, early voting, which was the states that started with early voting would start, say, roughly 20 days before, and you had to go physically into a county clerk's office to vote if you wanted to early. And then those ballots were in custodial custody at the clerk's office. And that expanded to greater absentee ballot reasons, like it wasn't as restrictive. Then it went to mail ballots. And then in 2020, and no one can deny the fact that it was a radical shift in some states of the type of voting method that we began to undertook. It's because of reform that, it was that we're having the problems we are.
So I think it's an important.
I agree with.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really do agree with what Solomon said there. I mean, it really isn't a yes or no because it was different all across the country. I've seen some of the evidence myself. I've seen where you had, missing signatures from thousands and thousands of ballots. You had some issues in some states where you had thousands of people that were voting who weren't even alive. It was just dependent, wherever you were. But yeah, I think we bit more than we can chew with how we handled these elections over the last century. Proper procedures weren't followed in some areas. Ballots went missing. Boxes of ballots were found weeks later that weren't even counted before election day. And so they had to figure all these things out. So, I mean, I don't think that, at the end of the day, you could really give a yes or no. But I can say that we should all be in favor, whether that be voter ID, whether it be taking our elections and putting them on the blockchain. I don't know. I think that there needs to be something. This should be a national.
Did Hillary lose the election in 2016?
Did what?
Did Hillary Clinton lose the election in 2016?
Yeah. And
okay. So did Trump lose the election in 2020?
Okay, I'm going to answer the question. It was leveled at me. The answer to the question is we'll never know because Democrats.
It's a yes or no. You look at the numbers. I mean, the highest concentration of.
Hang on, I didn't cut you off, Gabe. Hold on. You asked a question. I'm going to answer it. The reason why we don't know is because Democrats stonewalled every opportunity to try to find out the truth about what happened in this election. And I think that a lot of people find that really, really peculiar because I can tell you that if the situation were reversed and it was Democrats, tens of millions of Democrats screaming that the election had been stolen by Donald Trump and that you wanted a forensic audit, I don't think a single Republican would have stood in your way from wanting to get the truth of the answers about the forensic audit and what actually happened in that election. But you're standing here trying to puff up your chest and ask us, well, did he win or did he lose? What's the answer to the election? You know the answer is we don't know. Nobody knows because you guys fought so hard to prevent anyone from finding out what happened.
And then not to mention Hillary and so many other Democrats for months, for years, went around saying the election was stolen, saying that Donald Trump was illegitimate president. You can't forget about these things.
Hold on. Let's also jump in on this particular point. Yeah, just to keep it a bit balanced. And I do want to point out, like, I'm learning here, so I'm really curious. But there's been numerous lawsuits on this, and I know we're going to be talking about one today, Sulaiman, as part of the agenda. And I think most of them were dismissed by court due to lack of evidence or legal standing. So would love a bit more clarity on this. Maybe also so you can go first and then Brandon give a bit more clarity as Trash Discourse kind of giving 100. So maybe we'll go all source and Trash on this particular point.
Yeah, so Mario, I think that's the issue, right? That a lot of this was litigated in courts afterwards. There was dozens of court cases that covered this. I would respectfully push back on Brandon. There was recounts, there were audits. There's laws in place within the states that kind of cover this and how they can do it in one way or another. And these laws, a lot of these laws that, we can argue, but a lot of these laws have been in place, especially for recount and auditing and how they do an automatic recounts, et cetera. They've been in the books and they followed the legal procedures of it. So I think a lot of this was litigated. People might not always I don't think there's always going to be 100% agreement. And I can understand people will still have doubts in elections. And, people bring up 2016. I think that's a valid criticism, right? To suggest that, Democrats, there's a lot of Democrats and a lot of liberals who did not accept the 2016 election. I don't agree.
But did they go through the same process again? I'm genuinely inquisitive.
So Hillary Clinton after the election did concede the day after the election. From at least, I have to look back, but from a campaign point of view, that was it. There were elements within the Democratic Party that continued to argue with it. And, that's fine. But at least from a campaign point of view, there was an acknowledgement of it. And more importantly, I think people need to remember Hillary Clinton was in Donald Trump's inauguration in 2016. 2017, January 2017, she did go to that inauguration. So I think that kind of puts a little bit to rest of this notion of 2016 that Hillary Clinton didn't accept it when she was there exactly at the inauguration in 2017 for Donald Trump.
It's disingenuous to say that it was audited there were numerous recounts, but what they did was just recounted the same exact ballots. So if you've got 50 counterfeit bills and 50 legitimate bills, you can count them as many times as you want to. You're going to keep getting the same number of bills, but that doesn't prove which bills are counterfeit and which ones are not. That's what we wanted to know. What are the legitimate votes? What are the real votes? We never got to the bottom of
It's
that.
also important to say the election was not litigated either. None of the cases were heard on the merits. There was no case heard on the merits. So I mean, we can argue about what the significance of that is, but you just can't make that claim either.
Discourse, Trash, discourse. Give us a balanced view. I know you're leaning more right, but so it's 2 points. I think Brandon didn't disagree with some points that Allsource made and vice versa. So Allsource did make the point that the Democrats did challenge the 2016 election, but not to the same extent as Trump did in 2020. That's one point. But then Brandon did push back and say, but in terms of the recount, it wasn't a valid recount. Did we go through the right legal process in 2020? Were there loopholes? Did the legal system do its thing, or was there a lot of flaws in your opinion? And then obviously we've got Benny on the panel. Benny, good to have you back. Go ahead, Trash.
Yeah. So one of my beefs with the question of did Donald Trump win the 2020 election or not is it's designed to have a gotcha moment, and I reject that kind of conversation because this conversation is not, it's present right now and it's relevant to Trump, but in 2016 it was relevant to Hillary apparently, and it's been relevant for years. I mean, this goes back past Bush. So like there's always these conversations, and so when we start going down the lines of party lines, what I don't understand to me is why anyone would vehemently oppose any kind of exploring what happened, whether it's machines, whether it's ballots, whether it's the law. I don't understand why it couldn't be a bipartisan thing, because honestly, at the end of the day, I want to share a country, even though I lean right, with people that lean left, because I want to live in an objective reality and truth, and then disagree and figure out how to figure it from there. But what seems to me is that the question is designed, and specifically that was posed to Jenna, which I highly disagree with how that was delivered, is that we want to paint somebody with a brush. And my conversation is, look, we do know that they changed a lot of laws around the country. We do know that there was an excessive amount of more ballots, not voters, but ballots in this election. Was there problems with Dominion? I don't know, because the code is proprietary. I'm not allowed to take a look at it. That would be for a court to do, which no court got to see because they all dismissed on standing.
Well, so why did they dismiss though?
Well, they were just for standing. You have to have a direct person victim of said accusation, and because they were more representing across the states and not individual between two parties, I believe that's why they were dismissed on standing, and it was just an excuse.
Yeah, and so, if I could jump in for just a second and say
Trump handpicked judges rebuked and threw these out. So
yes, I understand. And here's
these are very pointing
out. Wait, one more thing. One more thing.
Okay, yeah. Well, let's try to limit it to two people talking over each other.
I was trying to clarify the issue about standing, just to give a very quick example, and then Trash. I'll give it back to you. Just give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Jesus. No, like I'm helping your point, and it'll take 2 seconds. For instance, in one of the cases, the state of Texas tried to present itself as a plaintiff in the case, and they said that the state of Texas lacked standing in the case. Well, it's one of the 50 states in the union that's claiming that it's the victim of voter fraud. So, I mean, it was kind of up to the judge's discretion who has standing and who doesn't, and there's not a lot of precedent in these cases to establish that. So in many cases, I believe, this is just my opinion, I can't prove it, but I believe that they just felt like it was too complicated, and they're kind of like, we don't want to be a part of this, let's just dismiss it and charge forward. Yeah. Sorry, so Trash, go ahead.
I didn't know I was interrupting you, Brandon. My bad, dude. You know I like it. Sorry about that. And the other point was the cases that were brought forth. And they were quickly brought forth, and they were the wrong cases to bring forth at that time. And it changed the entire conversation and narrative of what was happening in this country. And then it just snowballed from there. And then there was no serious litigation of it moving forward. And so that was my big problem with it.
Yeah, and to the point
I'll give
was that Dominion was only used, I believe, in one county in California. That was in Los Angeles. So it was kind of irrelevant to bring up Dominion in a lot of these different places. I think a lot of the fault can be laid at the feet of the Kraken lady.
So let's let me. I
want to go to
Gabe. Yeah, on Gabe.
Oh,
Gabe,
sorry.
I want to find Gabe's quick response just for balance before we get Benny on the mic. Gabe,
we got to get him back. We got to get him back up here.
Oh, Benny dropped
Gabe,
out. Gabe, go ahead.
Gabe,
So
I'm just going to ask Gabe a question as well, and then you can answer my question and then add on because I know you've got things to say. So, Gabe, like, I mean, it's the same question as what you've been answering anyway, but basically, we know that the Democrats complained about the elections. I mean, Hillary up until 2020 was basically saying the election was rigged, or there was not rigged, but there was, there were issues with the election. And then now you have a scenario where, again, as you've questioned that basically the Republicans also question the election. I mean, do you agree with me that this is actually something that is a concern for the future? And then, continue on what you want to say.
Yeah, sure. So, I think you can bring up Arizona as a question of like during the midterms and other states as well. Like, I believe there can be things that we can improve, especially on the technology side, to make counting much quicker and that we can get things done, in an expedited process. I mean, I think Republicans always want to complain about mail-in ballots, right? Mail-in ballots was something that Republicans wanted that they pushed early on, elections ago, right? So
that's not right, Gabe. That's not correct, actually.
That's 100% false.
No, I've been in the middle of those battles because I was in Colorado doing work a lot, and I was working with people in Oregon. I mean, that was actually very controversial on the Republican side. So no, it's not. That's not accurate in the least.
Okay, well, if you've got something, then
I've got something. I've been working elections for 30 years. So no, Gabe, the Republicans have not pushed for mail ballots at all.
Okay. Like I said, if you've got something, I'm happy to take a look at it.
You got it. It's me, my expertise. And the thing is that there have been some Republicans.
Jim, I'll tell you.
There have been some Republicans who have been supportive of it, but it has not been a broad
guys, right? So you're giving me right now an anecdote of your personal experience, but if you actually have...
Do you run elections, Gabe? See, we don't have to argue about this. You can just accept it and move on. It's not your strongest argument anyway.
It's honestly, the argument, Jim, that you're presenting becomes a he said, she said kind of moment. And unless you actually have...
Well, then it's up to you to show the evidence of it. Republicans have not been pushing for mail ballots.
You're telling me right now, based on your experience, that is false. And I said, if you have what you have...
No. You're the one that made the claim. I don't know why we're arguing about this. You're the one that made the claim. So you do the supporting argument.
Has to provide the evidence.
Sure. I will.
So, Gabe, have you got evidence?
Yeah. I will load it in after I make my comments, and then I'll send it to one.
Yeah. Go continue.
So the other thing that I want to point out here is, so again, yes, I do believe that elections can be made better. Improvements in the voting process election. I don't think that suppression or gerrymandering is the way to go about it, but the accessibility, right? I'd love to make a national voting day, right? That would be great because I personally have experienced this as well as others where I've gone to help voters. Is the issue of having to work that day, commuting to and from work, not being able to vote when you can, and having the ability to have the whole day free. Like that is something I think that we should totally have as a national holiday, right? That's one thing that I think we can do. In addition to that, I also, this idea that if you can't tell me like straight up, yes, no, like I'm willing to tell you, Bush won, Obama won, Trump won, Biden won. I'm willing to tell you who won and who lost, right? I'm willing to tell you yes, no. But if we've gone 2 years right now and you're not able to present actual data, I mean, if I look at the numbers right now, I'm looking at a Trump supporter who voted for his wife after he killed her. I'm looking at the concentration of double votes in Florida in the villages, right? Like I'm looking at this and there tends to be projection that comes from the group that claims there's voter fraud, right? Like the call is coming from within the party, and that is the Republican Party. And I'm just saying that based on actual facts of where voter fraud examples are coming out, and those people who have been, received fines or jail time for it, right? So that's something to acknowledge as well. But I mean, again, if you can't look 2 years after the fact, and I would say, the past, and you should look forward to 2024 and who you're going to back as your candidate, DeSantis or Rick Scott or Donald Trump or whoever it might be.
Gabe,
but it's not. Yeah,
I want to jump in and ask you a question here real quick, because, we've talked about the 2016 election as well, and that, that it was not really challenged or whatever and Hillary Clinton was, I believe somebody said that she had accepted the results, but now it seems like she has come out and said that the election was not conducted legitimately. And directly after the election, she actually said she blamed Russian interference. So what is the difference here? I mean, she literally called Donald Trump an illegitimate president.
And she still says
so. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I think, yeah. Okay, so the claim also was corroborated by intelligence agencies, right?
No, it
ones
wasn't.
that Trump said.
Off of a fake dossier that they made up. Yeah, keep going.
All right. Anyway.
Well, I mean, those are the facts, Gabe. I mean, I know it's hard for you to accept facts, but that's the fact.
Jim, you're the one who's unable to accept whether or not Trump is still president or not.
When did you say that? He lost. What are you talking about? I've never said that.
Yeah, he never said that. Gabe,
so just let me correct you guys. Gabe, I'll help you out. Gabe, I'll help you out. By the way, Benny Johnson's trying to come up. Benny, I'll bring you up now. Just give me 2 secs. But Gabe, a quick question. Just gonna read a comment here. So in terms of Hillary Clinton conceding, and let me know how that compares to Trump. Brandon, you're on stage, so maybe you could respond to this. So I'll read out the following. Hillary Clinton conceded in 2016 presidential election to Donald Trump. In her concession speech, she said, quote, "Donald Trump is going to be our president. We owe him an open mind and the chance to lead," end quote. She also called on her supporters to accept the results of the election and to work together for the good of the country. While some of Clinton's supporters were unhappy with the outcome of the election, she did publicly acknowledge Trump as a legitimate president-elect and called for a peaceful transition of power. So I just want to compare, and I understand the whole narrative of Russian interference, but would you agree, Brandon, that Trump, I'm not saying wrongly or rightly, just as a fact, Trump went further in challenging the results of the election. The whole narrative was that the election was stolen. So he did take it a few steps more than Hillary. Is that a fair statement? And yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong to do so or it's right or he has enough evidence or not, just whether he took it a step further relative to Hillary.
Well, I think he took it a lot of steps further, and I'm very grateful that he did, and I think a lot of people are grateful that he did, and I think he should have. The first thing that I would like to say is that Hillary Clinton may have said that in her concession speech, but her actions and her behavior and the actions and the behavior of all of her constituents, including myself, for several months afterwards, I voted for the woman. I was one of the people crying and having a nervous breakdown while she was giving that concession speech. And I was one of the people out there #resisting from the first moment that Donald Trump got elected, right along with her, who immediately walked back everything that she said and started claiming that the election was stolen from her. It was Russian interference and that we had to resist and do everything we could to interfere with Donald Trump and anything that he might try to do. That being said, enter COVID in 2020, which whatever, we don't even need to get into that whole situation, but I think we can all agree that it completely changed the way that we do just about everything that we did in our life. And it was certainly used as a reason to extremely alter the way that we conduct our elections, both in terms of mass mail-in voting, in terms of changing rules, changing deadlines. And that opened the door for endless ways in which people could cheat if they wanted to cheat. Now, to go back to the point that we were trying to make before, and Gabe keeps trying to say, did he win or did he lose? Did he win or did he lose? It's a yes or it's a no. No, it's not a yes or a no. It's a yes that he's not the president, and it's a yes that Joe Biden currently is occupying the Oval Office, but that we don't know what happened in the 2020 election because we were never allowed to find out. And again, I reiterate the point one more time, that if the situation were reversed, and Trash was kind of making this point earlier, I mean, I would have wanted, if my presidential candidate had gotten the most votes in American history, I would want to be able to rub that in people's faces and not have anybody be able to come back to me on me for any reason and say, oh, that's not real, that's not true, that's not legitimate. I would want it to be so thoroughly audited that no one could ever possibly say that he didn't authentically and genuinely get that number of votes. But for some reason, Democrats did everything they possibly could to stand in the way of us ever getting an audit or any legitimate findings in the 2020 election.
But no one stood in your way. If you're presenting this before, what was it, 86 Trump judges that said, I just want to make sure I got the number right.
Well, hang on, Gabe. I'm going to jump in here because, I was actually, I was actually part of, obviously that whole team. And, to say that there was an opportunity to present evidence is just manifestly false. I mean, at every turn here, the courts would not allow a hearing on the merits, and local counsel and I'm speaking just on behalf of, what I knew of the Trump campaign's filings. There were a lot of different people who had a lot of different claims, a lot of different other theories, a lot of different lawsuits. This whole narrative that, you all lost 65 plus cases, that is a ridiculous talking point. We never filed close to that many. And this was local counsel who, had done their research. They brought these claims. And what I think is so tragic on behalf of everyone involved, whether you're a Biden supporter or a Trump supporter, there was not a hearing on the merits for very serious election challenges. What merits? Can't ever actually address this. The merits of the claims to say that the election was irredeemably compromised and that election officials in at least 6 states violated the administration of the election in compound different ways. And whether or not
you have evidence?
That was, and hold on a second, Gabe, this is not, this is not, your opportunity to sit here and cross-examine me. Okay. That's not what this is going to turn into. And so what you are claiming is that there is, no fraud in elections. That's not true. There have been Republicans and Democrats that have been convicted in multiple states, in multiple different elections, not just the Trump campaign. Fraud happens. Now, whether or not it was widespread fraud became the talking point, and whether or not Donald Trump, in fact, was cheated out of an election was never actually litigated in court. And I think that's a travesty because we are still having this conversation 2 years later. There has not been a legal ability for lack of a better term, closure. That is what the process is for, so that litigants who are challenging results on the basis of their claims, and they were credible claims, in my opinion, that were brought in at least 6 states by the Trump campaign local counsel for President Trump, and then 19 attorneys general who either signed on to or filed amicus briefs in the Texas versus Pennsylvania case that the Supreme Court had no constitutional option to not hear. They violated the Constitution in not doing so. All of those things are meritorious challenges that should have been heard. If you go and you actually review the response filing from the state of Pennsylvania in the Texas versus Pennsylvania case, they admit in that filing that there were issues in their election process. And that is a huge deal, because if we do not have a forum that is fair, that is unbiased, which is what the judicial branch should be, that is hearing the merits of these claims, then we will never get to the satisfaction of knowing for sure who won. And so I'm not going to be pigeonholed into this, do you think that the election was stolen from Trump or not, right? That's not the question, because stolen, what does that mean? And we can all argue all of those terms and whatever. You may think you're very clever to try to pigeonhole people into this, but I can tell you, knowing Jim Pfaff for a long time, he and I are both residents of the state of Colorado. He's 100% spot on. It's not just his little anecdotal evidence. This is stuff that has been going on for 20 plus years. People have been fighting for election integrity on a variety of fronts. This just came to the fore in a very large way because it's Donald Trump, right? And his campaign should have been heard. It should have been heard on the merits. And if the Supreme Court had been doing their job, they would have accepted the Texas versus Pennsylvania case. They would have ruled on the merits. And even if Donald Trump had lost, we would have all had a judicial, legitimate ruling that we could say, okay, we've been heard, and the Supreme Court has done their job, and we can all rest on it. That is why nobody is still litigating the outcome of the 2000 election, because the Supreme Court weighed in, they did their job, Bush won, Gore conceded, we all moved on.
And by the way, Jim, when we talk about
Yeah, go ahead, Tira.
Yeah. Let's let Tara respond, and then I got to jump to Benny. Go ahead, Tara. You got to unmute.
No, I was muted. Okay, so the reason why, in general, people feel that the election was stolen is because Donald Trump has continued to make these claims irrespective of whether there is proof or not. Jim said there were no cases on the merit. That is not true. Judge Russell in Nevada considered a case on the merits and said that the Trump campaign, or whoever was representing that campaign, had no case, in fact, made fun of it. Judge Warner in Arizona gave a 35-page ruling that was basically devastating to the Trump attorneys, saying, oh my gosh, everything that they're saying has no merit, doesn't make any sense. There was also a case in Michigan. In Philadelphia, there was a case that was actually considered about that the observers were not allowed to observe in an appropriate fashion. That went up to the Pennsylvania highest court, and they said, no, not an issue. Okay. Now, so there were cases on the merits. Notwithstanding that, there are also audits. There were also affidavits. There were lots of things that went on, all of which went to the fact that there was no significant fraud. Miss Ellis is correct. There's always some fraud. Okay, there was the person in Colorado who killed his wife and then sent in the ballot for Trump. Okay, I mean, I'm using that because it's a funny one, but there's always some fraud. But the question becomes whether there was significant fraud or provable fraud. And what's really interesting about the Trump attorneys in general is when they went into court, they literally almost never claimed fraud. They claimed mistake, they claimed accidents, but what you heard in the media was not what you heard in the courtroom, which I found interesting. Let's go to the Texas. Wait, can I just finish? Thank you. Let's go to the Texas case. That was really interesting because what happened there, Texas, leading a number of other conservative states, said, we think that the procedures in these in Pennsylvania was wrong, and we want you to throw them out. Now, that's a really interesting statement because in general, one state really doesn't have the ability to ask someone to do something like that unless they're harmed by it, which is why the court didn't hear it. They had a perfect right not to hear it. In fact, it was basically intervening in another state's electoral process about which they had literally no interest. That's why the court didn't hear it. That's why standing is important, because otherwise in our judicial system, you would have millions of cases of people bringing in without injury, bringing claims. Now, sometimes you can do that, but in many times the court, for management purposes, and also because that is the fundamental basis, one of the bases of our legal system, says you can't just come in if you have no interest. So final point. The Heritage Foundation, conservative, went back over a 40-year period, I think, and looked for electoral fraud. They found about 1,500 cases of proven electoral fraud. Now, I understand proven fraud is different than speculative fraud, etc. But at the end of the day, electoral fraud has never been a significant issue. And the difference between what Hillary Clinton may have said, and I don't know exactly the details, was she was never claiming actual fraud like Donald Trump was. She wasn't saying votes were switched, Dominion did stuff, dead people voted. She wasn't making claims that had been disproven over and over. What she was saying is influence, which is a different issue, okay? Donald Trump made specific claims that were discernibly false. He was given a report, in fact, before he made the call to Georgia. He was given a report saying, this is not true. Dead people didn't vote like that. The suitcases were in suitcases, and he ignored that. You can make whatever claims you want to, but whether that's legally a problem for him. But they knew, and yet still made these claims. And that's why this is different. And that's why this is sort of difficult to really parse out. So I don't agree with people who say that our electoral system is fraud. Thank you so much.
One thing to come back on there. Listen, hearing on the merits, every case that you brought up, certainly the judge took a look at the initial documents that were filed with the court to verify whether he thought that there was a meritorious case, but they were never argued on the merits. And that's the point that
no. The cases I referred to were actually argued on the merits.
No, there were not. There were. You didn't
read
have
Judge Russell. Read Judge Russell's 35-page ruling, where there was a 2-day trial, I believe, in which he heard from witnesses and from experts for both sides, and he concluded that the experts, the Trump people brought in, were not experts.
Let me speak now. If I grant that to you, we still have about 61 other cases that were not heard on the merits. Now, by the way, I'm not making an argument here that those cases would have even been successful. The point is that there are people who have concerns about what has happened, and those cases at some point, kind of in the way that Carrie Lake's case is going right now,
even if it's after the fact and you may not have the ability to change the election, hearing these cases on the merit is a very important factor when you've got this much trouble. And Jenna made a great point about 2000. That thing got heard on the merits in the Supreme Court, and people disagreed with it, but nonetheless, it was actually heard. That's an important thing. But the even bigger issue in my mind is not Dominion Motor Machines and Nevada and all this kind of stuff. The biggest issue in my mind that I'm most concerned with is none of the Article 2 cases were heard. The Supreme Court put down any ability to listen to that. Clarence Thomas was very critical of the fact that that wasn't heard on the merits. And I believe that if there is anything that is clearly valid in this, it's all of the Article 2 cases, because Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, if people don't know this, says that the legislature determines how electors are chosen. And that case was not there. And there are very real cases and very real concerns in that.
So, Tira, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond if you want to respond, and then I'm going to Benny. So,
look, what I'm trying to say, Jim, is there really aren't legitimate claims here. What there are, and I hate to say, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make a pun, but trumped up claims, okay? That Trump has continued to pursue, irrespective of the fact that so many of them have been disproven. I listened to...
That's so irresponsible to say, though, because they haven't been disproven.
Can I just
They have
finish,
not been
ma'am?
disproven, that's false.
Can I just finish? For example, let's take these suitcases of votes underneath the table that were surreptitiously brought in the middle of the night in Georgia. They weren't suitcases. They were the baskets that actually, when you separate the envelopes from the ballots, you put the ballots in those baskets. They were never moved. Okay, there's a lot of stuff like that. There were claims about sharp.
But Tira, I'm going to interrupt Tira just to say.
well,
no.
Jim, I'm gonna get Jenna in here now. Go ahead,
Thank
Jenna.
you. And you're pointing to several different instances of things that and instances that maybe they weren't suitcases, they were boxes or whatever. The bottom line here is, when the media says fraud, the media also characterizes a lot of legal things imprecisely. But what the point is that the elections were not administered according to state law. And the argument from the Texas Attorney General and others is that they do have an interest, because every state participates in the electoral process under Article 2 to elect our chief magistrate. So they do have an interest in another state not irresponsibly having their elections run in a way that their electors are then presented that will tip the outcome. So, of course, they have an interest. And most of these cases were kicked out on the basis of standing. They weren't heard on the merits. And you can point to a few maybe that, were heard by other challengers. There were a lot of different cases going back and forth. But at least the meritorious cases from the Trump campaign's filings, as well as the Texas case, were not heard on the merits. And that's very important. And I would just say as well that, you can parse this however you want, and you can anecdotally point to things. But the bottom line is, America did not get a resolution to the 2020 election. And I don't care if you love or hate Trump, that is not a good thing for our judicial process, for election integrity, or for any elections moving forward.
America actually got a resolution. It's just that Donald Trump will not accept the resolution. And he has convinced people, because he's a very good marketer, as I think you yourself have pointed out, Jenna, that he has convinced people that it wasn't fair. Okay, we don't really have evidence, and I disagree with you completely on whether Texas can intervene and sort of say, gosh golly, I didn't like what Pennsylvania did. I think the Supreme Court made the absolute right decision there. If you think about that on an ongoing basis, if any state can go in at any point and sort of say, I was affected by this, I don't like it, etc., that would be a mess. And I think we all agree that might be a little overreaching if that were to happen in other areas. Okay, so I think they did do the right thing there. And let me just say one more thing. Some of the laws were changed. Some of the processes were changed. Those were, let's take Pennsylvania, for example. In the Pennsylvania case, basically what happened, Republicans had passed a law that said we're going to vote by absentee ballot and we're going to allow anybody to, we don't need any reasons, okay? They then, after they lost, went in and challenged that law, saying, oops, it was wrong, it was unfair, it was unconstitutional. Now, going through the system, basically it went up to the Pennsylvania highest court, who then said, no, it's not unconstitutional. States are allowed to deal with some things in their laws. Now, the opposite, and I'm giving you this, the opposite happened in Wisconsin, where Wisconsin based.
Sure, we got.
Okay, I'm done. It's fine. I don't need to go into details. I have a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
Too much. I want to go to Benny. Benny's been sitting here for 30 minutes, guys. Come on.
Hey, Nick, Mario, didn't want to interrupt. Good to see you guys again. I'm going to jump off here. I had a really good time looking to do it again. You guys have fun. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thanks, Ryan. Benny, welcome in.
Yo, what up, guys?
So you can either continue.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This is like walking in late to Thanksgiving, and all of your family members are screaming about the COVID vaccine or something. Or like race relations, and you like walk into the middle of a fight. You're like, okay, I just wanted some pumpkin pie. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Big mood.
Yeah.
That's a big mood.
So,
I mean, like what I said. I guess I have my thoughts on the 2020 election, but nothing can sum it up better than Jen, right? Jenna, like, she's like the master on this, and I think she speaks for a lot of conservatives, which say, like, come with me on this thought process. Is there election fraud? We must have shared facts, okay? To have a shared country, there must be some shared truth. Does election fraud exist? Do people go to prison, especially in swing states like Arizona, for election fraud? Or even dark blue states like California? Do people go to prison like this month for mass election fraud? And it depends on your definition of mass. But the answer to that is unequivocally yes. I can show you the literal court cases. I can show you a dude that lived down the street from me in Tampa that is going to jail for election fraud, for voting like 5 times. Okay, so you have to join us in at least admitting that there is a problem, okay? And then if you can admit that there's a problem, then we must find a shared solution. And I think that's the big question here is there election fraud or not? Because it's become such a stigmatized issue because Orange Man bad, and because TDS is the largest raging pandemic mind virus that has ever existed. And so if Donald Trump touches it, half the country maybe doesn't think it's real. But it is real, actually. And this is a huge issue for a democracy. But I would argue this, and this is just me walking into Thanksgiving, chucking a pie, and then leaving. But I would argue that Donald Trump did have the election stolen from him. But it was the 2016 election. The 2016 election was stolen from Donald Trump. Now, why would I say that? Because Hillary Clinton, in the placing of spies inside of Donald Trump's campaign through the deep state, in the placing of James Comey with the Steele dossier, Crossfire Hurricane, in the placing of the Mueller investigation that went on for 3 years, cost $30 million, they hamstrung what should have been a fair, just sort of starting point for a presidential term. So what they did was they Achilles heeled Donald Trump from square one. That's why Hillary Clinton, I think, could like snipe and cackle her way into like, we hope Donald Trump has a great time. And then you watch Obama say bye to Donald Trump on the steps of the Capitol, knowing full damn well that son of a bitch had a secret radioactive nuclear weapon hidden inside of Donald Trump's own administration that was just going to absolutely destroy him. And go talk to people who worked in that administration, man. Like, go talk to Jeff Sessions, for instance. You should be the #1 law enforcement official in the country, and you're not able. Like, they got you because one time you had a sip of Smirnoff vodka. You're not allowed to look into this Russiagate hoax. And by the way, it's really some bloody cheek on the left to call the right conspiracy theorists. Will anyone, is the Krasensteins on here? Will anyone defend the Steele dossier? Any of you people? Will a single one of you defend the Steele dossier and what you did to a legally elected president? So yes, Donald Trump had this election stolen from him. It was the 2016 election. Is you planted a landmine inside of that administration to handicap him. And you know what? Great job, guys, because you did it, actually. You hamstrung his attorney general. You hamstrung his entire administration. It was a black cloud that hung over everything. And you did not allow the people their voice. And so you wonder why people are pissed, and you wonder why people are upset, and you wonder why people have a lack of faith. Yeah, here you go, baby. Hey, I got my kids here. You wonder why people have a lack of faith in the systems? That's why. I'm grilling outside with my kids. So I got a hot grill of chicken, shrimp in front of me.
That's awesome.
I'm just yelling into my phone. But hey, here's what we do. That's my take. My take is yes, Donald Trump had the election stolen from him. It was the 2016 election. Of course, there are huge problems with 2020 left. The conspiracy theory, TDS, broke brain individuals who planted this sick lie that was paid for, Russian disinformation, verified, 100% confirmed. And you people had psychosexual fantasies about it day and night, and they continue to this day inside of Alvin Bragg's office in New York, in Manhattan. That's the end. That's what I got.
Hey, Mario.
So Red Devil.
Mario, can I just say goodbye really quick? Sorry, guys. I also have to do a media hit. I'll try to jump on again later if you're still here.
Okay.
Thank you for the brief time.
Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it.
See you guys later.
Okay. Hey, Red Devil. We'll take. Yeah, you've welcome to the stage. Actually, you said you've worked with voting machines, and that you're alleging that both Democrats and Republicans have been cheating since 2000. And that people need to understand the larger narrative. So let's hear part of that larger narrative.
Now, I want to go directly against what was just said. As far as the left being more responsible than the right process began, when machines began to be involved in our election process, when our nation, or in fact our world, began to lose track of the fact that humans can actually count their own ballots and that there is a legitimate way to go about this. Of course, there's always going to be rare instances of fraud, but when you introduce the machines, you introduce a degree of complexity which spirals out into every aspect of elections all across the nation, all across the world, which creates confusion, distrust, and the absolute collapse of society that we're experiencing right now. And it's not just the machines. The machines are just the shield, just the distraction, just the piece that could be manipulated if convenient, or if some loophole is found, or some vulnerability is produced. But really, this goes all the way back to not just the machines, but also what's fed into the machines, the ballots themselves, whether or not those ballots are legitimate, whether they have a legitimate chain of custody. And I want to take it one step further. And this is something that's breaking, whether or not the voters themselves, the names on the ballots, the names on the ballot envelopes, the signatures on those envelopes, and the names printed with those signatures are legitimate names, are legitimate people. And there might be multiple records associated with each of those individuals, whether it's in a specific county or all across the nation. But it's really a deconstruction of the entire public system that we have, the entire system of the state of the government that we have. And we need to go back to the beginning and figure out who actually has a beating heart in this nation, who is a fraudulent individual, whether they died in the past or they were just made up for the convenience of any given situation to be able to be injected into the election system. So we need to go all the way back to the beginning and look at that. Of course, we need to get rid of the machines. Of course, we need to get rid of mail-in balloting. Of course, we need to vote on one day in person with a hand count. Of course, all that's true. But I think
we need voter ID as well. We don't have that.
And we need to take a thumbprint and we need to put that in ink. We need to put that ink on each ballot so everybody knows that forensically it could be tracked back to them if they are a part of any kind of fraud that takes place. And so there's a lot that needs to be done still, but we can't just focus on one area or the other. Lindell likes to talk about machines. Some other people like to talk about the ballot trafficking. All of those are components of it, but we really need to stop pointing the finger at one party or the other and realize that both of them feed from the same trough. International criminal organizations that have taken charge of these people and are causing them to act towards their will rather than the will of the sovereign people of the country in which they are infiltrating. And I'm not just talking about America. This is Brazil all over, and all that can be verified.
Benny, jump in.
Yeah, dude, like you ain't gonna find any problem with me with what was just said. So I travel a lot for my job. So I'm piecing out all the time to the airport. And why is it that the government knows exactly which flight I am? Like, of course I'm not able to board a plane without an ID. In fact, there's signs all over the airport right now. Has anybody flown recently saying, "Are you ready? Are you ready for your government? Are you ready for your government ID? Are you ready? Are you ready for real ID? Because you will need a real government ID to fly." So I don't understand why we don't have like real government ID, like as it pertains to our votes. Like, what is more important, me going to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, or my vote? Well, I'll take the vote. And why can't we implement, like, why don't we take that as seriously? I don't get it. I think you can wreck a country just as easily through voter fraud as you could with an airplane, right? And an act of terrorism. And there are different ways to wreck a country. And why do we secure one way where you literally have an agent of the government grope you and confirm what's in your pants? Has that ever happened at a voting center? I'm not arguing it should. I'm saying, like, why does the government take one thing super duper serial, and then the other thing it is like actually the ballots are now worth less than the paper they're printed on because there's so many of them. Everyone's seen. I don't care if it's like one lady brought up like the all of the details of that. I'll leave that to Jen Ellis. I can point you to a bunch of people that are in prison right now for dragging ballots around that weren't theirs. Sorry, that they didn't have legal right to have, including a guy down the street from me in Tampa here that's been put in jail. So like that doesn't look good. That's not the way that like we're supposed to have ballots. And so I don't know, Red Devil or whatever, but I completely agree with everything you just said. Like why don't we take this seriously? By the way, I'll say the one final thing is that like I hate it when Canada gets something up on America. And Canada clapped back really hard when people were talking about Canadian voting. And they were like, no, it's all same day, in-person, marked ballots, like one day of vote. Like there's some election forum in Canada that clapped back about like the way the Canadians vote. And they obviously choose communists and Chinese simps and blackface Chinese simps to be their leaders, but whatever, that's on them. Like, I hate it when they get one up on us. France votes that same way as well. Same day, marked ballots in person. Like, am I wrong that we are the only country that does it like that has like a month of voting and you can vote by like mail or by paper airplane? I mean, that seems insane to me. Are we the only westernized country that does this? Because it's like suicidal, actually. Like it's borderline suicidal.
Yeah, so it seems like the government can't really do anything well. We all kind of know that. They're very inefficient. They're bad at pretty much everything they do. Actually, I want to go to Renato on this. Do you think that these challenges to the 2020 election, did they have any merit? Were they fair? And did Hillary Clinton not contest the 2016 election as well?
Wow. Well, good point. Let me say a few things. I mean, I would start by saying, you said, did Hillary Clinton contest the 2016 election?
I'm not talking necessarily through the courts. I'm talking about the fact that did she try to discredit Donald Trump and call him an illegitimate president and actually reduce faith in his administration?
Yeah, I think this is what I would say. She called him to concede the next day and showed up, right, at his inauguration and all of that. But did she try to cut him down and put him down and denigrate his administration later? Sure, I agree with that. I think there's an important distinction. I'm sorry, but I'm talking now, and I was quiet when you spoke. But there is, I think, a very important difference and distinction between challenging the legitimacy of our system, as some have done, like Ms. Ellis, and criticizing someone when they're in office, trying to cut them down. I mean, there's a lot of very sharp rhetoric, including in this room, right? So I think that, just to focus on what I do know about, one other, point of agreement that I will say here is, regarding voting machines, paper ballots sound good to me as well. Having a paper trail sounds good to me. I'm not an expert on voting, and I don't claim to be. I am a lawyer. I have stood from afar and watched the Trump suits unfold. And I will just say, like Benny, I was not involved in the day-to-day of them the way that Ms. Ellis was. But, from observing them, I think there was a number of false statements that were made in her commentary earlier. And when I look at the decisions by judges, including many judges that were appointed by President Trump, judges some of whom I know and respect, great conservative judges, I don't think it's accurate to say that those judges determined solely on procedural grounds, although I agree that many times that was the case, that there was nothing to those decisions. I mean, I'm reading a decision now, I'm looking at it, by Judge Bibas, who is one of the, Judge Bibas was not only appointed by President Trump, but is one of the foremost conservative jurists in the country. And he said, calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here. And when I read and look through this decision, which I've been doing since Ms. Ellis spoke, I see a very carefully reasoned and very, very sweeping decision that undercuts and finds nothing of substance to the claims that were made. Now, I heard a discussion earlier regarding whether or not cases were, quote, heard on the merits. The reason that I agree, when I was pulling up statistics when others were talking here. I mean, the reason that Trump won only 28 out of 194 judicial decisions, and ultimately lost all the challenges was because in many cases, the quality of the lawyering was so low that the allegations ultimately that were made in the legal documents were not even sufficient to bring forward the claims. So while I agree that hearing cases on the merits would be preferred, as somebody who didn't follow all the ins and outs of the cases, I was not engaged by any side, but just looking at the quality of the pleadings, they were quite poor. And I'll note that Ms. Ellis was disciplined by the State Bar of Colorado for intentionally misleading judges, and by throwing shade and attacking the judicial system.
So I'm gonna let if you're gonna.
True.
I'm gonna let her respond to that.
No, that's actually not true.
That is true.
No,
okay.
That's,
yeah.
no, it's
Renato,
not
I'm gonna let Jenna respond to that because that was a charge.
That
was a charge against Jenna. I'm gonna let Jenna respond.
Thank you for that. I'm not going to comment on the weaponization of government otherwise and all of that, other than to say that is a false statement. I was never attorney of record in any of the cases, so I never made any statements to judges in any context on behalf of any of the claims of the Trump campaign. And your charge of the quality of lawyering is a charge against the local counsel. And so that is not true, that was the basis of the censure in Colorado. And I would encourage everyone to actually go and read not what the media is portraying, but was that what actually happened. But I also want to say and clarify the charge as well, that people like myself who worked on behalf of Donald Trump and that the intent was to undermine the legitimacy of the system. That is also not true, and that is a biased talking point. The intent of the challenges were to get to the results of what actually happened and to promote free and fair elections and make sure that every legal vote counted and counted fairly and accurately. And so whether you love or hate Donald Trump, the goal is not to undermine the legitimacy of the system. The goal in all election integrity challenges are to make sure that the system is in fact legitimate. And for the 2020 election, in my view, what is so amazingly ridiculous about this entire conversation and all of this rhetoric from, this guy who just spoke that I've never heard of, is that this is a charge against the intent of Donald Trump because, people think that, he had all kinds of different motivations and whatever, and they're totally skipping over the fact that Trump campaigned. Fine. We can all agree or not vote or whatever, but we should all come together and want a meritorious finding on the merits. And I didn't say all cases were kicked out on standing. Many of them were, at least from the Trump campaign, but things like Texas versus Pennsylvania were not heard. And somebody said earlier that, that the Supreme Court didn't hear that case because, well, they never issued a reason or an opinion based on that. So all of us here, whether you like Trump, hate Trump, thought he won, lost, whatever, the goal of election integrity should always be to make sure that our system is legitimate and that everyone has faith and confidence and that the fraud that does happen is minimized to the extent possible. And so I really, really would encourage people like the speaker before me who, is making all kinds of false personal attacks and clearly hasn't even read what's gone on in Colorado. to note that I wasn't the attorney of record in any of these cases. I was not local counsel on any of these cases. Instead of making these, very small-minded personal attacks, to note that we should all come together as Americans and really want a restored faith and confidence in our system, and to make sure that states take election integrity very seriously. And that's all that I'm going to say on this.
Wait, hold on. I've got a number of things to say in response.
I'm going to give you 15 seconds, so hurry.
Wait, you're going to give me 15 seconds? You allowed her to interrupt me. She has
you made
No.
charges against her, so I had
that
I
are
was going to let her
accurate.
respond.
I am
Okay,
actually
go ahead.
Colorado disciplinary order now that she agreed to, in which she agreed that she engaged in a pattern of misconduct. She agreed that she engaged in conduct that involves dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, and adversely reflected on her fitness to practice law. She acknowledged that many of the statements, by the way, statements that she said today,
we're getting off track here because we're not getting off track. Nope, I'm not going to do this. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jenna.
Achieved by with personal attacks like this.
Yeah, this is not the topic.
It's about Trump. Right. You can make your political arguments, but you don't need to go attacking someone personally. You do the exact same person who complained previously that it's childish and why people having personal attacks is just unacceptable. I'm going to go to Red because I think he'll have something of note to say, which will be about the topic and issue at hand rather than personal attacks. Go ahead, Red.
Thanks again for the opportunity. I just want to talk a little bit about 2016 versus 2020. So what we saw in 2016 was really only the result of the insurance policy. We didn't see a lot of the fraud itself. And that election was a lot closer than it should have been. Trump should have absolutely wiped the entire thing, and that was mentioned by a previous speaker. And the reason why he didn't is because they did put their fingers on the scale significantly. They had quite a bit of weight pushing against having Trump lose, but the turnout was just so overwhelming that it broke through the barriers that they had put in place. And this is the barrier. They refused to allow more votes to be inserted into the election than voters were in each county. And so that's the barrier that they had. When so many Trump voters showed up and actually voted for Trump, and I did not, I voted for the third party again. Gary Johnson, again, libertarian every single time, even 2020. The idea was, though, that in 2020, they took away that barrier. They took away that restriction on the votes so that they had the opportunity to inject more votes, and there was actually voters in each county. So we have these counties with absolutely statistically impossible results that are coming through with in certain precincts, hundreds of more voters than there votes than there are voters, and more ballots being put into those drop boxes. Where are those coming from? Those aren't real people. This is down to the core of our civic society. We need to go back and look at the 2020 census and say what actually happened in that 2020 census, maybe even the 2010, and begin from the ground up to rebuild this system. But I'll give it back over. But I've got a lot to talk about. Lawsuits. My name's Jim Wiley. I go by Red Devil. Feel free to hit me in the DMs.
Thank you, Red Devil. Let's go to Joe for some balance here. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, look, if anyone does any searching, you'll see that elections are typically won by whoever has the most money to spend. Even when Trump was running, I predicted he would win, even knowing that he was going to spend less than Hillary, because he was using a lot of marketing tactics I typically use for brands, which is he started with the miners and then with the people that were coming back from the VA. He started with a niche group of people and then started growing that way. You started seeing a lot of red hats. I think people who wore those red hats probably didn't even take them off to sleep. And you could see the wave that was coming. But that wasn't the case in this re-election, right?
He lost the miners because he's
the mines shut down. They didn't open. More were shut down under his presidency than the last couple of presidents. VA hospitals were actually worse. Those two people, he failed, so he needed the money. Biden had almost double what Trump had. He also had more total votes. Like, there's no indication that anything would have changed based on historical facts, even before machines. I know Red Devil's talking about machines and a lot of things that can happen with machines. Trump is the only anomaly since like the time of Carter when there was a there was a president that left, I think it was Ford, and that was because he took office because the previous president died. I don't remember the whole story, but there's two anomalies in the past 100 years. And he had almost double the amount of money of Trump. He was going to win. Americans don't make decisions. The people who fund them do, right? And we have to come to grips that until we take money out of politics, we don't really have a vote. You can show up or not. It doesn't really fucking matter. It's whoever has the most money wins. And look at the campaign financing of every single election and who won, and you'll see every single time, except for 2 times, it's whoever had the most money. So why we even question the election? He had double the amount of money, he was going to win.
Well, I agree with you. The money, but Trump had more money.
He had half. Trump had 785 million. Biden had 1 billion and 06.
But the money is a
saying
big
he
part
had
of it,
less.
but is that money going through the public disclosure process, through the FEC? Is everybody aware of those contributions, whether they're going through a PAC or whatnot? Or is this money that's going to the back pockets via signed deeds, via money laundering, that's actually influencing the elected officials themselves, the election judges, those officials, the county clerks and recorders?
This is
all the way
media
to
spend,
magistrates and
Rendell.
judges. But yes, of course, there's money in media spend. But what's more important is the influence in who counts the votes, who's paying for those votes to be counted. Well, in 2020, it was Mark Zuckerberg with $400 million that went to CTCL and other nonprofits that redistributed those funds to different municipal governments in order to get PPE, of course, protective equipment, when they're really just buying drop boxes for the ease of ballot laundering, ballot cracking, ballot stuffing. This is all a process that they've used. Yes, of course, there's money involved, but it's not the public money. Yeah, there is a lot of public money involved, and it'd be great to get that out of the picture. But what's going on underneath that's what we need to look at even closer.
So, Jenna, I want to ask you a question real quick. What do you think would need to be done to restore faith in the American election system? What needs to be changed? I mean, there's so much to this, I guess, that you may not be able to answer that totally, but broadly speaking, what do you think it would take?
That's a great question. And I think full transparency would be a great start. Having some safeguards and security like voter ID, like paper ballots, like 1 day of voting, not this universal vote by mail and all of these different options for drop boxes and, days at a time, having one election day. And then also having legislative reform where election officials are required to turn over, be fully transparent to all of the candidates, and even the American people should be able to look at all of the particularized results, and then have kind of like Virginia has what they call a rocket docket for some civil litigation, have a very specific timeline on candidates that can bring challenges based on these timely filings or disclosures from election administrators, and that they can be heard on the merits, and that this isn't just this overly politicized bunk to say that you don't have standing or this isn't necessarily outcome oriented. A lot of the problems that candidates face is because they can't even get access to the information, or it's unavailable, or there's not audits in a timely manner. And so a lot of what, in my opinion, happened in the 2020 election was that the clock was just ran out by the courts and also by the state legislatures that refused to step in under their Article 2 authority. So we need to have transparency. We need to have legislative reform. We need to have the ability to bring these challenges meritoriously and get heard in courts, and have free and fair elections. So the Heritage Foundation has released a really great election transparency paper and initiative that I would highly encourage everybody to read. And, even though obviously they're more of a conservative group, this isn't a partisan issue at all. And, clearly, I obviously represented the Trump campaign and Donald Trump in 2020, but that doesn't change the fact that due process and process should happen. And these things should be fully transparent, regardless of who you're representing or if you have a personal stake in the outcome of a candidate because of being the candidate yourself or being a representative of a candidate. We just need to really drastically have more accountability and the ability to file these challenges timely and be heard.
So thank you for that, Jenna. Before I want to get Joe's response to that quickly, but I also want to remind the audience to go down there and leave our questions. Leave your questions, and we're going through them, and so we'll get to them shortly. Joe, what is the issue here with what Jenna is saying? What voter ID, paper ballots, one election day, and easy auditing? What is the issue with that? Why is that so polarizing?
First, Jenna earlier said something very, I believe, idealistic, which is until everyone believes we have a fair voting system. Well, that's never going to happen. You can't get every person to agree on, even if the sky's blue or that the earth is round, right? You're going to have people disagree no matter what. And the statement.
But Joe, just about that, isn't that like, I mean, I guess what you're saying, because it's been like, you're saying like having certainty, but I think when Jenna's saying it, or when I made a similar comment earlier, I don't mean like certainty from a philosophical perspective. Of course, you're not going to achieve that. But what we're saying is, what the scenario you have now is, anytime there's an election, 50% is just a hypothetical, but you know what I mean, a significant portion from either side, depending on what year it is, do not believe in the election. You can never have a society where a functioning society where people don't believe in the result of election. So reform is needed to increase that. And so even if you wouldn't get 100% certainty, but you get to a point where there can be an election and people can agree to the result of that election.
Yes, but if that was the case, I don't think this would be the election to question it, right? Maybe the Bush and Gore election would have been one to question it, not one.
I don't know. I would say, Joe, I just posted in the Nest there. As I said, I've had my ups and downs with Trump. I was a huge Trump supporter.
The Nest doesn't show up for me, but I'll look at it.
Okay. Well, but so like one of the charts that I put together at the end of 2020, this was right after the election there, was a chart demonstrating what the media gets and what we all get from the feeds there, which is basically, here are the results coming in from all the various states. In the end, Trump actually he printed out this chart on a big placard and then held it up over the White House podium to show what I was showing, which was basically that in the middle of the night in Wisconsin, there was a host of very strange anomalies where a huge batch came in. Now, it very well could have been that those came in from Minneapolis or from some very strong blue hold, but we had no idea. There's no sort of accountability. There's no transparency that we can see as to where those things came from, and even just what the media sees, what you get fed over Fox News, what you get fed over CNN, what you get fed over MSNBC when it comes to those results, come from this very strange source. And again, none of that has been really fixed. I think you need that sort of transactional thing. I don't know if there's a blockchain component to this thing that needs to be there, so you have you can see your vote all the way through. But yeah, it's going to be very difficult to roll back all the COVID policies that changed the election and basically destroyed the red wave last year.
That's actually what I was going to bring up. You would expect anomalies because we had an anomaly, right? We had more people voting with mail-in ballots due to COVID than any time in history. So of course you're going to expect things you've never seen before because something happened that's never happened before. I think that's why so many people have a problem with this election, besides the fact that, this whole thing about there being election fraud. I mean, it's out there. It was written up before the election even happened, right? And even Trump himself said it, right, before it even happened. So it's like the narrative played out. Like, look, I'm not for either one. I think they're both crooked. I think both of them should be investigated. But this was something that was premeditated before it even happened. There's tons of evidence out there that that's exactly what happened. And yes, we're going to see anomalies in the data. I think America has a very old voting system. Don't know why it's not taking care of the American people, but instead each state has X amount of votes, and the states with less people in terms of weight actually have more weight per vote than the states with a lot of people, which is a bit ridiculous, but I don't think.
Well, part of it is just the shock to the system sometimes fixes things. I've been around since the election of 2000 and the Bush Gore election there, and Florida was completely embarrassed, just red-faced over Broward County votes being found in bags and the hanging chads, if you remember all that. And now they've got their crap together. They were done. I mean, their election was done by 8 p.m. They had all the votes in. There was very little controversy. And then you go here in California, you go to, Pennsylvania was the perfect example, where you had in 1 year, in 2016, about 200,000 absentee ballots. And then that shot up to 2.3 million. And it's just like, things are going to be crazy. You look in Georgia, where in 2016, 6% of the mail-in ballots were rejected. And then it grew by a factor of 10 and only 0.6% were rejected the next time around. And so it really lends itself to incredulity when you look at these things. It's going to be difficult to overcome those hurdles, I think, unless we hit ground bottom, and maybe we have in these last two elections. I don't know.
The biggest issue for me that never gets brought up is the total population of California and how many electoral votes they have. And then you look at the total population of Wyoming and how many electoral votes they have. And they have near 2 times the amount of voting power per person in Wyoming than they do in California. So why are Californians worth less than people from Wyoming? Do you know what I mean? That to me is the most messed up thing there is.
Well, that's a matter of sort of timing of the census, right? I mean, here in California, we're actually projected to lose about 10 seats here in the next census
No, that's
round.
not a member of the census. That's because that's how we've been running. That's what the Constitution says. That's how we basically deal with our electoral college votes. Okay, it's nothing to do with the census. I mean, it goes up and down according to the census, but it's not a census issue. Can I just make? I'm driving, so Nick, can I make 1 or 2 comments? Is that okay? Because I'm afraid I'll of absentee ballots, much more than usual. That basically on election day, because Republicans were told by Donald Trump so it'd be really nice if we had some
Tier,
yeah.
I want to ask you here, are you advocating for federalizing the election system?
Well, I think that would not, if we could agree on some sort of voter ID, I don't have a problem with that. If, like I said, there are issues, like sometimes it's done sort of unfairly because in different states you have to get a birth certificate. There are things that have created hardships for people, but if we could come up with some national system, I think we should try, because that would be easier. Some of the things that Ms. Ellis said, I don't agree with. I have no problems with drop boxes. Man, I love them. And they're easy. I just wish they had better security. Maybe we could work on that. I also don't think just voting on one day is absolutely necessary. Okay, we certainly could arrange to have early voting, things like that. I mean, there's no real reason to not have to always have it on one day, because let's get real. What that does is it favors Republicans, or in general, it has favored Republicans, or it has favored people who are able to get to the polls in one specific day, often people who have more financial resources, or at least have the ability to leave their jobs, potentially, things like all come together. And I would love to see that. Okay, I would Really
I
love
think
to
that's
see
fair,
us.
Tara. I think that's fair. I think, look, here in California, for example, it's super frustrating because, I've spent most of my career doing elections, and had this been a traditional election, Governor Newsom would not be our governor anymore. We would have definitely recalled him because typically it's enthusiasm and whoever you get to the polls. But because we had this, replete mail home ballot thing and everything else, he was able to sustain himself in the governorship. I think that the challenging thing is it's really difficult to roll that back, and it's hard to justify it in a lot. Like here in California and in New York, we got wise. We started doing, the ballot harvesting, where we started doing, early votes, really pushing it. So, like, in Pennsylvania, for example,
it's too easy to vote. You have homeless people voting because you have ballot harvesting.
Yeah.
Homeless people shouldn't even be allowed
homeless
to vote.
people shouldn't vote? Is that your
No,
contention?
they shouldn't be allowed to vote. They don't have a
Really?
say. Yeah,
Unfortunately,
really.
we have. Okay,
Absolutely.
so Ian, our
Why should they have a right to
system,
vote?
our system
So
is
they're going to vote
predicated.
for free stuff.
Can
they're
I
going to vote
just
for
tell
free
you
stuff and they
something?
contribute nothing.
Wait,
You've been speaking for a while, so I like to
Okay,
speak.
sure, of course.
Yeah. I don't believe homeless people should be allowed to vote because they don't contribute anything to the system. What do they have to do besides benefit from voting for free stuff? That's all they're going to vote for. It's like letting 12-year-olds vote. What are they going to vote for? Oh, time off of school, no homework. Wow, what a great plan. Free V-Bucks for Fortnite. Wow, amazing. You shouldn't let people vote if they don't have any skin in the game. It's as simple as that.
That could apply to a lot of people here, Ian.
Oh, absolutely. Grifters, people who don't work, homeless people, no, they should not
People
have
in
the right to vote.
nursing homes, perhaps? Is that where you're going? Jeepers.
No, people who have contributed to society, people who have paid their dues, people who have worked and then have earned their pensions, they should absolutely be allowed to vote. But people who don't, people who are jobless, people who are in their 20s, who don't have a job, who don't pay taxes, should not be allowed to vote. It's very simple. And once upon a time, America used to have that. Most countries did. And now look at where we are.
Maybe they could get a job as a ballot harvester.
America used to actually have not allowing blacks to vote and women to vote too. So if you want to go back to things, maybe, look, I don't agree with you. I think we have a system in our country that we try and enfranchise people. That's one of the bases of our democracy.
The system because
we are trying. We like people to vote. Okay, I don't agree. I can't.
Justice systems. People who commit crimes are now voting, and now you're trying to get people who go to jail, felons, you're trying to give them the right to vote. I mean, excuse me, you committed a crime, you shouldn't even be allowed to vote. Why is that even a question? It's a slow erosion of the republic. It's turning into a mob.
That cleaning voter rolls is a problem, and that mail voting actually of itself is a problem. Like if you want early voting, in-person early voting, which I still have problems with, but is far superior to mail voting, which I am defining as unsolicited mail ballots. I'm not talking about absentee ballots that are solicited. You would agree that those are real problems, that there are actually in the reform, and we are in a reform period of voting. We've reformed from what we were beforehand. This is all new. This is not something that is well tested. And again, we've got 4 of the last 6 presidential elections have been disputed by either party. I mean, this is a messy situation, and we've got to grab control of it.
I would actually not agree. I would not agree that we should jettison mail-in voting. What I would say is we should have maybe a bipartisan, I mean, people will hate this, but a bipartisan commission to see if we can come to some resolution on certain things. Okay. There are many states that do everything by mail-in voting and they're absolutely fine. Isn't Utah one of them or something? there's never been an issue.
Colorado that I spend a lot of time in does, and I
that's what I'm saying.
It is a problem.
Well, you think it's a problem.
I would
Most
agree.
people don't,
Colorado's
but-
my home state too, and it is a problem. And that's one of the things that we need to reform.
Okay, so obviously we clearly
By the way,
disagree
Tara,
on this.
Just interrupt real quick. I'm not talking about absentee ballots that are solicited under some construct. I'm talking about mail ballots that are sent out in an unsolicited fashion, and in some states to very dirty voter rolls. That is a risky thing to be doing.
I will agree that our voter rolls are a mess. Okay, and we have people registered in 2 states, and because they moved, and we can't clean them up because it's a. No, I don't believe that, but we will table that, okay? But I think we should clean those up. I think there are things, like I said, we can agree on, and others we might disagree on. But I do think, a national voter ID system of some sense, I don't have a problem with that if we could implement it fairly. I disagree with Ian, however. I mean, look, I feel very strongly that if you're a prison, can I just finish one thing? Because if you're like a prisoner and you have served your sentence and you're supposed to be reintegrated into society, whether or not you believe that or not, Ian, you should, I think most people actually believe this. If you look at the polls, you should probably have the right to vote unless maybe you've been guilty of certain specific crimes. Okay, I just don't agree that we just disenfranchise people for life. And I don't think if you're homeless, you might have been a person who was, you know, very substantive before, but something happened. I guess I just don't see that. I think we were based upon the idea that people should be able to vote, and we should try and encourage voting. Thank you.
So I will. I'm going to bring in Trash right after this, but I want to give.
I just wanted to say, right, that voter ID. Republicans are trying to do it, but guess what? Every time they do, Democrats respond and say it's racist. They say it disenfranchises stupid people, disenfranchises people who don't understand how to read. It's like, that's ridiculous, right? I mean, if you know how to read, if you can sign your name anywhere, I mean, and anybody can, what's the issue, right? But they're claiming that voter ID makes it too difficult for a lot of people who don't have a college education to vote, and that's none of it's true. And it is a slow disenfranchisement of anyone of value, anyone who contributes to society. It's ridiculous.
I worry, Ian, about the homeless day because we could all be homeless by the time Joe Biden is done here. So let's just be cautious on
that. That's a legal term of art. Insidious racism.
I mean, you're going to have to take back the country through other means. You know, at that point, it's like, you know, you're not going to be reliant on the state for anything.
Yeah. So. I want to jump to Jenna real quick because
also Mario's team for having me. I've been wanting to join one of these spaces for a while. And my closing comment is just this, you know, regardless of all the personal attacks and, you know, whatever, and that which really ultimately don't matter. I love the fact that we have these types of spaces because the fact that we're all disagreeing and having good conversation is exactly what we should be doing. And I wish that we could do that in an environment and in a forum without the weaponization of government and without people worried that they're going to get censored on social media or they're going to get, you know, hauled before a star chamber or, you know, whatever it is. We should all be able to express opinion and talk about how do we best preserve and protect our constitutional republic moving. And I'll just leave it at that. And thanks again so much, guys.
Thank you, Jenna. Come back anytime.
Absolutely. Nice being here.
Yep. So, and we are bringing in more special guests. We're working on them right now. It won't be too long, but we'll have some more interesting people to talk to here. Trash, I'm going to toss to you.
Thanks. Hear me out, guys. Okay. So I'm one of the Trump voter dissenters on massive wide-scale fraud because they admitted what they did and how they did it. So I put down in the bubble down, and then like, listen, I can't litigate machines. I can't litigate. I'm not an attorney. I can't litigate cases. That's not where I'm going. All I can do is go with what I'm given. And what I see is it makes a lot of sense. So down in the chat, I put a link to a February 2021 article in Time magazine written by Molly Ball. And it was called the secret 2020 election shadow campaign that saved the election, right? Well, they detail in here how it was done, right? So we're using $400 million from the CARES Act, right? And then Zuckerberg comes in with another $300 million. And then you get various different millions donated from very different reasons. But what that money enabled them to do was build this massive apparatus where they could go collect they could lobby to get laws changed. Then they could also go collect all these ballots that were sent out unsolicited or even solicited, or that was the law in the state. It was changed. It was different for each state, which is what made this so sick. And so you go through it and you say, okay, you got Zuckerberg, you got the $400 million of taxpayer money, I might add, that was used through these activist groups to change laws and to change how the system was. And then they put entire teams together to go out there and collect votes, knocking on everybody's door. Hey, did you vote? No, I'm not going to vote. It's right there. Hey, it's right there. Just fill it out. I'll grab it for you. And then they, whatever conversations happened there is whatever happened there. And they're just collecting all these ballots, which is why there was an insane amount. Now, that would be one thing, right? But it was another thing that, as we know from the Twitter files, of how we saw the massive censorship apparatus that has been operating on social media for a very long time. And this is where the conversations have been happening. And so we saw them in Twitter files, but Twitter wasn't ground zero. We think it's not going on at Meta, Facebook, Instagram, all these things. And so what you had was you had Democrats and Republicans on both sides that were in this entire group of people that were using several hundreds of millions of dollars in conjunction. There was censorship that it wanted to go one way. And so how do I know this as well? Well, because all the big tech companies overwhelmingly donated to Democrat politicians. And Mark Zuckerberg himself donated money. So we see all of this, and then we take the censorship into it. So even if there was honest votes cast, these people were never getting the information that they should have been getting to make an honest decision to begin with. And then on top of that, there were so many people out here able to go collect all these ballots, and people that would never be a voter because there was ballots everywhere, and it was taxpayer funded. And if you go through this article, I encourage you to just go through it. They're bragging and they're telling you exactly how it was done. Now, are there issues with machines? Yeah, proprietary code for voting machines. I want blockchain, but I want same-day blockchain. That's what I want. But again, I can't make those arguments, but these are arguments that I can make. And if anybody on either side of the argument, whether they're pro-Trump or against Trump, would be against this, I have to wonder your motives. Like, this is plain as day what happened. This is what the conversation should have been happening the whole time. Might have been able to fix a lot of this stuff, but instead it was narratives and back and forth and censorship and banning, and there was no ever conversation to be had. And it's just really frustrating to me. I just kind of wanted to put that out there because it's right there. They tell you how they did it.
So you spoke on some relevant points to Red Devil. I've been messaging back and forth with you here. You had apparently you've been a part of a half a dozen of these lawsuits pertaining to things that were actually mentioned in the Twitter files, and I believe Mark Zuckerberg was actually brought into this, and then you sued Facebook over what was revealed in the Twitter files. So if you want to respond to that or add on to it, we'd love to hear it.
Thanks, Nick. And just building on what Trash said, because that was absolutely 100% on point. It was a First Amendment violation that took place. In addition to all the confusion surrounding the voting process and whatnot, it's a First Amendment issue. And before we even knew that the FBI and all of the U.S. intelligence agencies, and probably foreign intelligence agencies as well, were feeding this information to Twitter and to Facebook for them to take things down. Before we even knew that, there was basis for us to claim, and we did in a $160 billion lawsuit against Meta, previously Facebook and Zuckerberg, that they were violating our First Amendment rights as state actors. Zuckerberg is a state actor, and the reason being is that those $300 million plus dollars that he funneled into our elections. When you contract via a nonprofit, Center for Tech and Civic Life, CTCL, when you contract via that nonprofit with your donations, and they sign contracts with municipal governments to provide funds to the elections, you're funding the election. You're a state actor. And you can't do that with your left hand and at the same time be silencing American citizens who are retweeting posts about Hunter Biden and the child pornography on his laptop. You can't be doing both, because if you're a state actor, if you're funding the elections, then you owe us our First Amendment rights. Now, if you're a private entity, censor us all day long. But we knew long before the Twitter files, and that's what's so frustrating, is we got to the Supreme Court on the Friday that the first Twitter file dropped, and we were at conference of the Supreme Court, and we were denied, unfortunately. DominionClassAction.com. We also sued Dominion as a part of that. Jocelyn Benson, Tom Wolfe, Gretchen Whitmire, Kathy Bookvar. Those are just the Democrats, not to mention Brad Raffensperger, Brian Kemp. These are Georgia Republicans that stole the election from Stacey Abrams in 2018 and did it again. So this is on both sides. Both sides are guilty.
Okay, so Gabe, I'm sure you have plenty to say to that. Let's say Red Devil is making accusations about both sides. So Gabe, jump in.
Yeah, actually, I was in and out because of meetings. But there was one thing that I did want to bring up. I sent it directly to Mario, just on some of the stuff that I talked about earlier, which was on mail-in ballots and how Republicans were actually big proponents or pushers of supporting that. So, you can go back to 2016. where there's a Tampa Bay Times article that says so much for the Florida GOP advantage in mail-in ballots, which tells you since 2008, Democrats have overcome the Republican mail-in lead. You can go back to 2020 when Trump pushed the idea or denounced votes by mail, yet Florida and other states heavily rely on it. So I just wanted to bring it up to clear it up, since Jim said that I was wrong, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that mail-in ballots benefits everyone, especially the GOP. So I just kind of want to add 2 cents on that. But I didn't really hear what I think Red Devil said, so I can't really comment on what he was saying before. But I'll chime in after he speaks.
Yeah, so Red Devil, you had a lot of disagreement there, a lot of thumbs down. So I want to ask you, like, what's the argument against mail-in voting? As I said before, it seems like maybe the government isn't the most reliable entity in the world, and we just saw mass mail-in balloting in 2020. So I'd like your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. That's probably one of the key pieces of this entire scheme that's being implemented. And in different jurisdictions, in different states, in different counties, different ones of these will be utilized to different degrees. There's the machine component, there's the mail-in component, and then there's the actual ballot production component associated with the voter rolls. And the one about the mail-in voting is chain of custody. When you take what is a legal affidavit, a ballot, and the signature on the envelope attesting to the legality of that production of that ballot, and you redistribute that through the mail system, which I think the point was just made, that the government may not be the most effective and efficient supplier of services in general for anything, much less for mail. I think we have got two or in multiple other instances of private entities providing very effective and timely service on the delivery of parcels relative to the USPS. And then we're trusting them with all these legal documents, these affidavits that are mass mailed out in easily identified envelopes to addresses and individuals who addresses that may not have structures on them, and individuals who do not exist, to the tune of double-digit percentages variation on the population of these precincts and counties. That's a huge issue. And it's the chain of custody associated with all these ballots that are being blasted out across the country and across the world. We see some of them that aren't actually, the chain of custody extends into Mexico and then back across the border. And True the Vote, I want to give a shout out to them on the hard work that they did there, but that was just the beginning. There's a lot more to go.
Melissa, thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. What's your thoughts on this? We're talking about the election, the veracity of the election, and some kind of the problems that are occurring regarding the voting.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. I thought we were going to be talking about the indictment, but yeah, I'll hop right into the election discussion. But yeah, I mean, what happened in 2020 was absolutely despicable, in my opinion. For most of you probably who don't know, but I was actually born and raised in a third world country. I come from Zimbabwe, so these are the kinds of things that happen, in third world countries. So for someone like me who has that type of frame of reference, it was very clear what went on in the 2020 election and how, there was absolute fraud, and how, the left basically manipulates the system and basically hides behind the idea that Black people are too dumb to have an ID, when I come from a country that is 99% Black, and every single person has an ID and and votes with an ID in my country. And these are people that live on $30 a month, so the idea that Black people in America can't have an ID to vote, and you can't vote one day, one vote with an ID in a first world country like the United States is absolutely ridiculous. And the idea that we've turned election into weeks and months and mailing in votes and all of these things, this is just something that is created to create fraud, and it's very plain and it's very clear to people who have lived in third world countries why these things happen, because this is exactly the type of things that happen. The fact that the election was stopped. I've never seen that happen in the United States. I've been here almost 20 years now. I came here when I was 19. And just watching how the election was stopped in the middle of the election, in the middle of the night. I think it was around maybe 2 a.m. I stayed up all night, and all of a sudden, we're going to stop counting votes and everybody can go to bed. Trump is leading by 10 points or more in many states. And then we wake up the next day and all of a sudden we've got all new mail-in ballots coming in, many of them that were breaking almost 100% for Biden. I mean, and this is a fact. I just think that the American people just need to look at what's happening, not from a left-right perspective, because I think the powerful entities that have run this country and have run both parties, they have divided the country on a left-right, Republican versus Democrat basis, so that we're too busy fighting each other to truly understand the true nature of what this country is up against. And I think that's the kind of bigger picture we need to be looking at, because everybody has their own little team. Well, it's the Republicans. I'm on the Democrat side. But really, if you look at it, there is a globalist group that is basically, in my opinion, controls both parties for the most part. And now with the World Economic Forum, this used to be a conspiracy theory, but I think this is becoming clearer to most people when you look at what the World Economic Forum has been saying out loud, talking about how they control most of the cabinets in many of the Western nations. So in my opinion, both parties basically were captured maybe a few decades ago. So really, they didn't care who you pick. You could pick Jeb Bush or Hillary Clinton. The same agenda, the same globalist agenda still goes on. You could pick Romney or Obama. They don't care. But what I saw was the difference was with Trump. And when Trump came in, the system was completely shocked because he was not one of the picks that they thought would further their agenda, because he's independently wealthy. He's somebody who's independent. So whether you like him or not, I think everybody needs to recognize that fact, that the system was completely shocked by the fact that somebody outside of the paradigm that they want the American people to fit in came in and completely upended the good thing they had going, because they didn't care who you picked. And I think that's now even clearer, because now you see how even both the Republicans and the Democrats attack Trump. You see how the Bushes are now buddies with the Obamas and everything. So this idea of Democrat versus Republican is just a complete farce, in my opinion, and is something that is created just to divide the American people so that they're too busy fighting each other on these, social issues and like the minor differences, but the major things.
So Melissa, I got a question for you.
Sure.
You mentioned about your race and so on and so forth. And one question I do have is, I'm not from the United States, so this is just from an outside observer.
Okay.
That you have a scenario where 92% of the black vote went to the Democrat Party. But then when you look at it from a social point of view, from social values, when you look at the values of people from that community, they actually align more with the Republican Party. So first question, what do you think the reason for that is?
Well, I think it's basically social engineering that began in the 60s, because if you look at the Black community, they are, they've always been conservative in their values, but they began to vote for the Democrat Party in the 60s when LBJ, basically the Democrats basically figured out that, they're going to go further with their agenda if they have Black people on their side. So so they passed the Civil Rights Act, even though it was Republicans that a Republican House and Senate that really pushed for it. But the fact that he actually signed it into law, LBJ, the Democrats got the what do you call it? They got the I'm losing the word. They got the benefit from. They got. Okay, I can't. The basic word is just escaping me, but basically, the Democrats were able to use that as a way to say, "Hey, we're on your side." And one of the authors of a biography written about LBJ says that he basically said that, this is a quote from his book, that LBJ said that we're going to have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. And ever since that 1964 elections, Black people started to vote almost exclusively for the Democrat Party. And that's when a lot of things like welfare were introduced into the Black community. And basically, I believe that was the beginning of the end of the breakdown of the Black society, which is the breakdown of the Black family. Because what you see happen was they were incentivized to not marry their wives or marry the women to marry the men. So it broke down the family. So you fast forward from 1964, 80%, I think even a higher percentage of Black people were married than white people.
Okay, so Joe, I just want to get someone else's Joe's view on this because he's got his hand up, so I think he disagrees. Joe, what's your thoughts on this?
Okay.
Yeah, I was more curious on your statement where you said the values of the Republicans align better with the Black community.
Yeah.
And I would challenge that. I mean, I don't think there's
from a social perspective. So, for example, like, sorry, go ahead, Joe. I'll let you finish.
No, please tell me, because I think they have a lot of the values. They vary as greatly as white people do, and some align better Democrat, some align better Republican. But even as a stereotype, I still don't see how it aligns better when Republicans typically cut the main financial motivation. Republican is cut taxes for the wealthy. That'll drive the economy. That's the overall belief.
Yeah. So that's so that's why I was quite clear when I said social point of view, Joe, not economical. So yeah, I agree. Economically more liberal, but socially more conservative. And the reason for that is, for example, when you look at the view in terms of, like, for example, liberal ideas such as LGBTQ, their views on teaching those ideas to children, their ideas about specific gender roles, so on and so forth. So that's why I said their religious values. So, and the same with the religious community as well. Muslim community can be put in that same bracket where they are socially conservative, and yes, a lot of them still vote liberal, but economically probably liberal too. So from that perspective, I was talking about it, Joe. So that's why it perplexes me why 91% vote, or 92%, sorry, in the last election voted for Democrats. And I do believe. Yeah, sorry.
Did you just say that Republicans are for LGBTQ community and like gay marriage and equal rights?
No, I said liberals are. So liberals are, whereas people from the Muslim community and also Black community and various other religious communities aren't. And so so it doesn't make sense from a social point of view why these communities are voting liberal. And obviously there are other reasons for that, but it isn't based on policy. It isn't based on policy of these viewpoints.
But isn't that a relatively recent phenomenon? Like, it's not socially, that wasn't until relatively recent that this became such a huge diversion issue. So whereas, the support from the Black community for the Democratic Party has been something that has been happening for quite a while.
No, it's true. It's only been the last decade that gay marriage has become basically every elected official now pretty much supports it. I mean, it was actually, curiously, ironically, Joe Biden who jumped the gun in the 2012 election. I think it was late 2012, and he talked about how the Obama administration wanted to really support gay marriage as a federal right, and there was lots of concern because he had the media he got ahead of the media and got it out there, and now it's pretty much there. So it's an interesting phenomenon because I think it's a cultural piece there. But I had an interesting thought when we were talking. Melissa, you were mentioning how this is, not just a right left thing. It is very much a political thing. I'll give you a perfect example. One of my clients in 2010 was Joe Miller, who was a Republican running in the primary against Lisa Murkowski in Alaska. And she's just a machine up there. She and her father, who was a senator before her, they're an absolute machine. And what happened was Joe edged her out. She didn't get enough votes for the primary. And so she wasn't going to be on the ballot. And so she would have to run as a write-in candidate. And so she ran as a write-in candidate and she won. No one has ever done that in history. But we went back and we looked at a lot of details, and they went to the Inuit reservations. They went to some of these rural areas there, and you can see on these ballots everything was written in the same hand. It was basically really illegal. It was really incredulous, but there was really nothing you can do. And so the game is there, and it's difficult if you can't beat it. The problem is, and this was a book by Hugh Hewitt one time called "If It's Not Close, They Can't Cheat," and the entire history of politics is just like middle school pedestrian type of cheating that has happened again and again and again. And so it's with these tight races ever since 2000, it's going to be very, very difficult, to get more and more trust in the elections, as these elections will be replayed again and again into the new year of an election. It's crazy.
Well, Justin, wouldn't you say that the division, and maybe I'm wrong here, but wouldn't you say that the division, to the extent that it has become much more over social issues over the last few years, as opposed to like in the past? It seems like it would have been much more on the economical front of things, and now it's much more, social.
Well, it depends. I mean, the pro-life fight, for example, has been going on for 50 years. That was very social. You had a lot of social issues that were very prominent. In fact, the entire Republican modern movement was built upon sort of revivalist social platforms. But always, as the great Democratic consultant to Bill Clinton would say, "It's the economy, stupid." Right. And that's the whole thing is I think this time around, we're going to see a lot of people trend that way. My group is going to DC this next week, and we're going to meet with senators and congressmen and tell them about our experiences during the pandemic. But I'm telling you, I don't have a lot of hope for that. That's going to be a front burner issue, because I look at the economic issues and people are like, wow, this is really going to play, that's going to be the main issue coming up in the election here. So now with Roe versus Wade being overturned and that becoming a state issue, I think it probably had an effect in this last election, but that's going to be less and less of a national issue. And I think some of these social things might take a backseat, but they're pretty hot right now. I mean, you look at, for example, the polls around some of these hot button issues, the transgender issues, the transgender surgery for minors issues. I mean, these are significant things. And you see
they're much more emotional things than, so I think it becomes much more divisive to me than like economics.
Yeah.
You can come to some levels of common understandings, because those are numbers. You can kind of,
but I mean,
maybe not
they're
agree on
emotional issues, but I think they become very poignant when they become very logical too. Like there are very few people who disagree that a transgender man should be competing at the same level as just a biological woman, especially in sports like, MMA, boxing, or swimming, or anything else. I mean, there's just a natural competitive advantage. The polls overwhelmingly show that people say that's just common sense. Why can't we get to that, right? I think those are the things that they'll become very hot button, which is stuff that is very poignantly social, but also real common sense that has broad support.
Yeah, so I want to move the topic slightly, but still about the same issue.
Before moving it, I want to ask a quick question. So what's the outcome of the? So I do want to move it to the DeSantis interview. I think that's what you're going to say, Slayman, and maybe get an update on China and Ukraine. But what's the?
I was gonna. Sorry, the other one is Mario. I don't know if you want to do that.
Oh,
the Harry Lake one, which is still about the same issue.
Arizona. Yeah. So before we move to that one, I've just got what would you say is the outcome, Justin Slayman? What's the outcome of the debate that happened about the Trump dismissing the election results or challenging the election results, and Hillary comparing both? And what do you say is the outcome of that debate?
Well, I'd say the residue is still with us. I think this is going, depending on who loses, that party will basically cry foul, and there's mechanisms for them to cry foul. The question is that they, the Republicans really got hit. We got really hit on the conservative side with the January 6th protests and everything that happened on that day. And it really, took a bite on these things, and I think it impinged on free speech in many ways. But we'll have to see where the election kind of goes in the next little bit here as to how prominent these issues of election fairness and everything else are. I'm hoping that the next election is not so close, because in close elections it becomes really, really nail biting, and it's frustrating because we look like a banana republic when we haven't decided an election going into the next year.
And what happened in Arizona, Sleiman?
Yeah, it was interesting because obviously, you got the information from Twitter, and then you got information from the newspapers, and it was just mad, because what you had is basically majority of the papers, the mainstream media, were like, Carrie Lake lost, right? She lost because there was basically 7 issues and 6 issues didn't go her way. And then you had on Twitter and alternative media where everyone said Carrie Lake won the Supreme Court judgment. Oh yeah. So basically, you had Carrie Lake and Katie Hobbs, who basically fought for the governor elections in Arizona in the midterm elections in 2022. And the race was very close, and it was wasn't just between them. There was other races within those votes not registering in the correct manner. So Carrie Lake contested the results of the election. She took it to court and lost. She took it to the Court of Appeal and lost. But then she took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court found one issue in her favor, and now that's going to go back to the court to be determined. So I hope I've given a decent overview on what happened. But yeah, what's your thoughts on that, Trash?
Yeah, he's bringing Trash. He's getting us a speaker that can give us a bit more insight. But yeah, okay, Doc, Justin, Trash, give us your thoughts on this. I'm curious what happened there.
I'll defer to Doc. Doc, maybe you want to give an overview on that.
Yeah, sure. So one person that you guys maybe now or in the future should look at to bring up on this topic is a phenomenology. I think a number of people in here know who she is. She lives in Arizona. She's got some very close connections to the people involved there. She held a space on it today with Jim and Tom Fenton and myself, among other experts. So she's really a subject matter expert as far as that goes. But I can say that I've been following the case very closely. I watched every hour of the trial. I've read the appeals. I've read all the motions and papers. And I have a certain perspective on what the Supreme Court, the Arizona Supreme Court, did here. Yes, I would agree with Suleiman that the media, the mainstream media, has skewed this to the left in a way that's really sort of stunning. But Carrie Lake appealed or asked for what's called an expedited review. This is sort of a precursor step to having an appeal heard or granted. So it's akin to the Supreme Court granting certification or cert to a claim, and eventually the case gets heard in front of the Supreme Court. In evaluating the appellate decision, what the Supreme Court did was look at, I think, 6 questions presented. Questions presented as appellate language for these are the 6 issues that we think really need to be attended to by the court and were misread or misinterpreted by the trial court. So it went through the appellate court. They denied it. The left cheered, and the Supreme Court heard Kerry's writ for expedited review, granted it, but only on one of the 6 questions presented. But what's being mischaracterized is that is the most important in terms of the number of votes that could be affected either for or against Lake or Hobbs. It's the issue related to signature verification to confirm that mail-in ballots or ballots that were dropped off actually were signed by the person who was entitled to sign that ballot. So what they did in a very unusual legal remedy is instead of making an order based on the appellate review of that same decision, they sent the question back down to the trial court judge, said that he needs to take new testimony and evidence, and he needs to review those same signatures that he denied reviewing in the original trial case. In the original trial case, Kerry Lake presented 13 different issues that she wanted adjudicated by the court. The court culled those down to 2 issues and only gave 2 days of review in a trial. He didn't, as a judge there, he didn't, consider the bulk of the evidence that supported that the election was fraudulent, particularly as it related to Maricopa County. There's also a separate county who has claims that will rise eventually up to the Arizona Supreme Court. And in that county, they were missing paper, lots and lots of paper for ballots. So as people came in and didn't have a ballot, they couldn't print ones out for Republicans. There's a Republican ballot. Sorry, just got a text there. Let me get back to my screen. So what we're looking at now is Judge Thompson has been ordered to review the evidence as to those 260. Some people think more than that, 300,000. There's no instruction at this point as to whether or not he has to hold a trial, hear motions, or provide a forum for argument by either party. He's free, in my understanding, to just review the votes, apply the legal standard that Kerry Lake argued that the Supreme Court granted review on, the signature verification. It's my opinion and the opinion of a number of other experts that have really know a lot more about Arizona specific law, who spoke up in Phenom's space this morning, that just that one issue would be enough to flip the vote to Lake. So the question comes, well, what's going to happen if that's what that judge finds? Well, that judge, pursuant to the Supreme Court's agreement, could simply award the election to Lake based on a recount. He could hold hearings and in effect have a new trial. It could be kicked right back up to the Arizona Supreme Court, who did say in their order that both Lake and Hobbs will be able to file what's called a response, which is the response and the reply back to the Supreme Court.
Doctor, I got it. So I want Fidgetal's view on this, because I know he might have a different perspective, and he is also a lawyer. So Fidgetal,
I brought up Robert as well. He's got a lot of knowledge on this trash discourse. Recommended him. So we'll go with Fidgetal and then Robert. Hey, Robert, good to have you back. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
Hey guys, not an expert on the situation, but I did read through it. My understanding is that 5 out of 6 were kicked out as basically not subject to re-review, and that on the specifics, the one that was kicked back for re-review was not about the facts of the matter in terms of whether the signatures were right or wrong or improperly counted, but simply to the simple question of, did the policies that were in place for reviewing signatures, were those properly applied? So it's not an implication that the facts of the matter as to whether they were or were not fake signatures or what have you, simply whether the policies that were in place were properly applied. So
I would disagree with you there, Digital. There's going to be a new physical count of the votes.
Yeah, you're saying that's a fact?
No, the concept was more broad. It was a review, not to say that you got to look at the policies. I think it was first go back to the original trial court level. Judge Thompson basically just blew off the evidence. There was on signature match, and there were allegations at the time of like something like almost 300,000 ballots that did not go through the signature match process, or where there was just
well, no, that's the allegation. That's the
allegation.
Yeah. We're in front of a large audience. Allegation that occurred.
I did say that. Yeah, it's an allegation of 300,000. Since that time, there was an Arizona Senate presentation that specified exactly what it was. They came up with a number 290,000, saying like, I think it was like 150,000 that would not have passed because of Arizona law, and another 130,000 that were egregious when they actually compared the signature on the absentee envelope to the signature on the registration card. There was just no way they could be the same. So those are the things that gave it a material amount. So the Arizona Supreme Court said this is a material thing to look at, and now is directing the trial court to go into that right now.
Robert, so you're saying that the Arizona Supreme Court has asked them to look at the 130,000 ballots, or is it the 130 plus the 290?
Frankly, it's the whole, anything that would have been involved in the signature matching process. So it could be it could be 1,300,000 actually.
That's right.
So, but the Arizona Senate matter, when I have to give kudos to Kerry Lake counsel, Kurt Olson and team, to get this in the Supreme Court to appeal it, that the Supreme Court was sort of trying to do some math in the back of their heads, like, okay, yeah, the 19-inch to 20-inch ballots, yeah, it might have been nefarious, but they're thinking, well, did it close a gap?
So Robert, I just got a question. I just want to, just so we all understand it properly. So obviously the Supreme Court made this judgment, but it's not, as far as I understand, and please just explain it for everyone as well. So as far as I understand now, this is not that 1.3 million, as an example, is going to be rechecked, but isn't this now going back to the lower court? And if it is, what is the lower court deciding?
Right, it's going back to the trial court. The original judge, Peter Thompson, who in a very rushed manner, before Christmas, he's trying to decide who's going to be, governor on January 2nd. So it's in a super rushed state, and he got like hundreds and hundreds of affidavits about signature mismatches. We had whistleblowers from the people inside the processing company Runbeck. And I think that was a very time-consuming lift for him. He's like, oh my gosh, so he probably just dismissed it because of the time load, but the other ones were more kind of concept counts.
So what's the chances of a judge basically going against his own ruling in the first place? Because I know the way you're saying that, but let's be clear, no judge is going to say, I rushed it, I didn't do it properly because I was under pressure. What's the chances of a judge overruling essentially his own judgment?
Well, Doc's got a great theory on this, and he knows the interplay between the Supreme Court and the trial court. But this is clearly one where the trial court botched it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I will go to Doc in a second. And actually, let's go to Doc now. So, Doc, if you can clear that up. And then also, Doc, if Judge Thompson once again sticks with his own ruling, I'm assuming that this will go back to this Supreme Court again. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where the interplay is now. It's between the Supreme Court and the judge. But the chances of that happening, I think, are 1 in a million. That really the reason it's back.
Are you saying the chances of Judge Thompson staying with his old verdict is 1 in a million?
Yes, because it's already been pointed out to him that he misapplied the law in really a tremendous way. That's why it's normally what happens in America, and I know it's in California where I operate. It's true also in Arizona, and Jim can speak to this. When you appeal a case that goes up to the appellate court has the opportunity to look at the evidence depending on the pleadings and the facts of the matter. They don't always look at the evidence. What they look at is, did the judge make an error in law or applying the law? So the appellate court and the Supreme Courts don't want to get into an examination of the evidence. They leave that to the judge, the trial judge. So what's happened is that the the Supreme Court got this case, and instead of reflecting on the rulings or ruling 1 through 6 on the questions presented from the appeal, they're sending it right back down to the trial judge and telling him that, look, you misapplied the law here as to the evidence. And there are several statutes, Arizona specific statutes, that the Supreme Court has pointed him to. So he is going to have to, and he will want to, apply that standard in an honest way, because the Supreme Court really, could destroy his career if they wanted to. I mean, they could just take him out.
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting, because in the UK, we when our cases are appealed to the appeal court, even to the Supreme Court, and it is based on if, for example, the law has been misapplied. But then what happens is they actually do look at the evidence and then they make a judgment. So we got Robert. So is that the case? Is that sorry? Let's go Fidgetal. Fidgetal, is that the case that does this happen in every case, that basically when it goes to a higher court, they don't look at the evidence, they just look at whether it's a misapplication of law, or was this a specific case when it happened?
By definition, and I just re-looked at it real quick. The reason why it was allowed to survive is that it was kicked out the first time by the lower courts for being untimely filed. And the court just said that they don't believe it should have been kicked out for being untimely filed because she couldn't have brought it earlier. So it has nothing to do with the substance. It has nothing to do with the merits. It has nothing to do with the facts. Like, what are you guys saying to this audience?
No, but they said latches was a BS argument to begin with, but the materiality was what the court agreed with.
You didn't say that earlier. I'm saying that the claim was that the facts could be reviewed. That is not the case. They simply said that the latches argument didn't necessarily kick out the claim.
They said that it was material.
Just so everybody knows, what that means is sometimes there's limitations on filing claims, and by not meeting statute of limitations or latches, which means you didn't enforce or waiver or other reasons why your claim, the court essentially for maintaining the sufficiency and efficiency of courts, saying you should know that you have to bring a claim within a certain time frame, or if you do certain actions, you no longer have the right to bring the claim. That one, all the other ones are kicked out on the merits. That one cause of action, the court said it should be re-reviewed, whether it should be dismissed simply because of the timing. Guys, that is what occurred.
Well, I think you're wrong. It's material. I think you're wrong. I think you're misleading the room, or maybe you just don't understand the law in Arizona. And we'll find out. Okay, Digital, you and I can have a little handshake bet on that. But I bet you're wrong.
No, but Doc, it's not about handshake. You said you read all the papers, you read all the filings. I've not. But if Digital's wrong, it's easy to refute him, because if you read it, you can say, no, that's not the case.
And I repeat, the Supreme Court did not evaluate Lake's signature claim on its merit, only on the legal.
No, they sent it back to the trial court judge to review his orders, Fizzle. They telling the trial court judge, you misapplied the law as to the evidence that was under your purview. So go look at it again and apply the statute.
No, I understand. And then they kicked it out saying it's not timely. It does not bring merit to the facts or the allegations.
So, but it does cause the court to review the evidence. Do you think? I mean, okay, let's play.
No, you're absolutely correct. It was dismissed essentially without a functional and substantive review of the facts.
Well, Fidgetal,
but to imply that this ruling has any implication on the facts when all 5 other claims were dismissed and she lost the first 2 times.
Well, let me ask you.
I don't think you've read it. I don't think you've read Lake's appeal. I really don't think you've read Lake's appeal, Fidgetal. I really don't.
Fidgetal, are you suggesting that it could go back down to the trial court and then be dismissed on other grounds, other procedural grounds?
No, that's not his point. That's not his point. So Robert, his point is this, and I'm just listening to Fidgetal, and it basically breaks down the argument that you and Doc made earlier, because your argument, which was, and it made sense from that perspective, that because it was sent down as a misapplication of the law, then that would make sense that he would be under pressure to basically rule in a different manner. But based on what Fidgetal is saying, that actually the reason it's being sent down isn't because of that, but it's actually been filed in an untimely manner. It means that actually, as a judge, he has more impetus to say, guess what, I reviewed the evidence properly last time, I made the correct judgment, accept that this, it was filed in a timely manner this time, and I'll make the same judgment. So it gives them more credence to do that. Is that right or wrong?
No, so the trial court, it asked, the Supreme Court asked for a re-review of the matter on signature verification. It didn't, that doesn't box the trial court in. It actually, I'm in Doc's camp. He's got to do it right. Latches was bogus. Now he has less reason to dismiss it. He now needs to look at the evidence that was presented, and it was compelling.
Are you saying that the ruling said that the latches was patently false, or are they just asking to review whether it was properly applied?
What would be the point of reviewing the latches issue all over again by sending it down 2 levels back to the original trial court and ask that judge to apply the law on verifications properly? I mean, Fidgetal, come on, man. A lot of people listening to this room.
And what do you think they're going to do with it, Fidgetal? When they go down to the trial court, what do you think the trial court's going to do with it?
I think the trial court will say that the determinations on everything else of the claims with regards to malfeasance or extreme recklessness or intentionality that were dismissed the first time will apply to the same claim, and probably not use a latches argument and make a substantive determination on the facts and what they believe the merits are. She will then appeal it again, and the same thing will occur.
What? No. Okay.
Why would hold on a second. Come on, Fidgetal. Why would the court waste everyone's time doing that? Why would the Supreme Court send it back down for just an order they could write right now? I mean, come on.
I mean, Fidgetal, let me ask you a question, because I think that's the question is this, Fidgetal. In reality, because what the judge did was he said that it was filed in an untimely manner, and so therefore the evidence wasn't dealt with in an appropriate manner. So isn't it that we're basically in a situation of not knowing? So now what's going to happen is when he does look at the evidence, it could go either way. It's like it doesn't determine either side.
So I'm not a gambling man in general. If I gamble, that money is just being thrown away usually. I will, as a manly bet or an adult bet, I will bet either Doc or Robert that my analysis is incorrect and that she is meritorious on that single claim. I will bet $10,000 right now that she will not be meritorious on that claim. Doc or Robert, will you take that bet?
Well, let me just go back to your point, and then I'll
yes
answer.
Or no. It's really a yes or no question.
Yes, I propose the bet to you, sir.
Accepted on public, recorded public. Wow, that's going to be like 4 or 5 ETH at that point. Fantastic.
So let's look at why the Arizona Supreme Court rejected the other arguments. In my view, and they've had hints along the way, they basically bought Maricopa, the defendants, Katie Hobbs' view that even though you had these diversions in 19 to 20, and even though you couldn't really find 35,000 ballots, that so what, no big deal. They think everybody's vote got counted, and it wasn't in an amount that would have caused any damage. That's one of the main reasons why the other counts were dismissed. But it's very much different in this other case. When you're looking at the signatures, you're talking about potentially 300,000, the votes that shouldn't have been counted at all. And that's a totally different matter. So materiality, and the court mentioned materiality. So I think it's actually a bigger issue. This is the signature issue going down to the trial court is a bigger issue. It's got a lot of complications to it.
So actually, I have a question about the signature, because I'm trying to understand, and I don't know if Digital Doc or Robert, please educate me. So my understanding is, and then I'll ask my question is, when you do a mail-in ballot, there's one envelope which shows your signature, and then there's a separate, basically inside that envelope is your actual vote, right? And so the process is you validate the signature, then you remove your vote to maintain anonymous voting.
Or you don't validate it, or you wave it through and you don't actually verify the voter. That's the
right. But I think when people are talking about the auditing of mail-in ballot, and they say, well, we need to validate the signature, then how do you, when that's the argument, my question is, and Digital, Robert, Doc, or whoever, how can you maintain anonymous voting, right? Because that's a core tenet of democracy. So I would just like that. How would you maintain anonymous voting after, because once you validate the signature, that you can't go back and connect the two.
They're disconnect. Yeah, the ballot envelope is separate from the ballot, and at that point, you don't know how the votes are. But you need to look at that signature and compare it to the registration card signature, and that's the allegation. The Kerry Lake team said they didn't do that. There's no way they could.
Right. But how can you do? But how do you know what signature that person voted for? I think that's the problem.
Are you getting to the count? Yeah. Then this is the next step here. Is that, well, what do you do about it? To suppose you don't know whose votes those were. Say there were 100,000 that shouldn't have voted. You don't know who they voted for. You don't know how it could influence the election, and that gets right back to the core of the case. Like, was this administered the right way? The Kerry Lake team says no, it was done illegally, then didn't follow Arizona law, and therefore you should set the election aside and have a do-over. So that's what they're alleging here, because you can't track down to the voter. You don't know who. Theoretically you could. You've got a barcode on the absentee envelope. You can go back to talk to those people or try to survey them if they live in California or if they're dead. You could do it, but it's just a nightmare to do, right? So,
but I mean, how do you prove, though? I guess the question is, though, but the core issue, I think, at hand, though, right? And you would agree with this, Robert, is that you have to validate the signature once the voting occurs. Like, so once the ballot gets, and however the laws are, some of them do it prior to election day, some of them do it after, and every state is different. But at that, I think the argument, though, would be from, counter to Kerry Lake or the voting ballot, it's like, you had your chance when the voting was that signature was getting validated. After the fact, it's too late, correct?
No, that's the point.
There was no chance. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm saying there's no chance for Lake to contest the verification of the signatures. When would that have been done? Right? She got the trial court level as fast as she could. Right? These were questions. The questions you're bringing up now are questions that she brought before the trial court, that were not reviewed. Again, she got a trial court review on 2 of her 13 claims. So there is a way to verify the signatures once the ballot and the envelope are separated. There are QR codes on the ballots that link the ballot to the envelope. But what you're talking about is a huge administrative process when you're talking about potentially up to.
But Doc, wouldn't you agree that then you're violating a core tenet of democracy, which is anonymous voting at that point, right? So
that's preserved.
One principle for another.
The privacy is preserved. This is like what happens right before you open that envelope. They aren't supposed to open that envelope if the signature doesn't match. Then you're supposed to actually go back to that voter before they open it and say, oh, by the way, your signature doesn't match. You've got a chance to cure it. They didn't give these voters even a chance to cure it. They violated the law in that way as well. Not only did the signatures not match, but they didn't give the voters the opportunity to cure.
Right. And the allegations are that the process that they did go through, the signature verification, was not held to the standard that's required under Arizona law. When you have signature verification that has an error rate of 1 to 3%, then it's permissible to not count, say, hypothetically, not count that vote. So that vote didn't get counted because it wasn't scanned right, the signature wasn't verified correctly. But there are reports, credible reports out of Arizona, evidence that was offered both at the trial and appellate court levels, that the error rate was anywhere between 13 and 25%. So what's happening there is you're having signatures that do not match the signatures on file because the ballots are being presented by people who don't have the right to sign that ballot, or they're fake ballots, go into conspiracy theory. And too many of them were getting through because of a signature verification process run by Rumback, which is an independent contractor hired by Maricopa County, intentionally or negligently or maliciously reset those signature verification standards.
I just read it, guys. 1 second. I just read it again to make sure I was fairly accurate. To make it very, very, very clear, the lower courts applied latches because the implication or the deduction was that she was saying that the rules themselves were not proper or illegal, or what the Supreme Court case decision just said was that she was not alleging as to their legality in their existence, but rather how they were applied to the election that she claims that there was malfeasance or issues. And the Supreme Court simply said that because it was to that application, not the underlying law in and of itself, laches was inapplicable or not the right ruling, and it should be adjudicated on the merits based on her claim as to the application of the law in 2022.
Digital, do you do appellate work?
Unfortunately, I have.
Okay. Well, sir, then you know that when a Supreme Court of a state or the country can resolve a question like that simply at the level by saying laches didn't apply, but here's the hypothetical thing the trial court judge is going to come back to the Supreme Court with a different standard that you think is going to magically erase all these questions that are raised by the signature verification process, the ballot printing process. What procedural standard is it going to be? It's because it's not ripe? Is it because there's no standing? Is it going to be because it's moot? What procedural thing that the trial court judge can come forward with that the Supreme Court would consider that they couldn't have considered themselves and stop this whole circus going back to the trial court level? What is that? I don't know. Maybe I didn't learn that in law school.
It is a circus. This is a circus. All of these claims from everybody at every level of office and election has lost. Consistently, patently, period. The fact is, he kicked out every other claim as non-reviewable, but in his analysis simply said that the decision to allow the laches argument was misplaced because it relied on the wrong date. That is,
I don't understand what you're saying. So I'll let other people comment. I'll stand on my bet and shake your hand if I lose, sir.
I'm with Doc. If the application of the law is in question, what do you think a judge is being directed to do then? To decide whether it should be misapplied in the future, or to actually apply it and decide the merits of the case?
But if I may, just for my education, right? In the 2022 election, because we're using Carrie Lake, was she the I'm tracking. She was the main one doing kind of challenging the legitimacy of the election or trying to do a redo. Was there any other Republican? Because I don't believe Blake Masters continued on, or am I wrong?
So this has implications for other candidates. This is an impact. It didn't impact all the voters in Maricopa County.
But did Blake Masters join this? Were there other Republican candidates in Arizona that supported Carrie Lake's
didn't.
case?
But they're separate count cases. Abe's got his, and Mark Fincham probably doing his. Who knows? And but now if you're asking,
Abe's loss was a lot less as well, wasn't it? Than
he's still in the courts, and it's a gap of 281 votes out of 4 million, and so no, this impacts everybody. It impacts the ballot questions, congressional candidate. It could, maybe it won't.
Masters less so because his loss was more significant, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, if you have 290,000 out of 1.3 million. Total absentee ballots, I'm rounding here. The allegation that came forth in the Arizona Senate was that about 300,000 should not have been counted. So 300,000 out of 1.3, and what you do with those? Do you back those into an adjusted tally for candidates? I don't think so. I think this is that the election was fundamentally flawed. That's a Carrie Lake argument, and this gets back to the application of the law, Digital. What's the judge going to do? He's got to decide about the application of the law. Are they supposed to verify signatures or not? Are you supposed to have oaths or not? Is it supposed to be a real voter or not?
Yeah, this to answer your question also. I'm sorry, I was talking over somebody I didn't hear.
So we'll go Phygital, and then I know Patrick, you have your hand up. So Doc, if you want to rebuttal Phygital, and then we'll go to Patrick. So Phygital, Doc, and then Patrick.
So I'll just reverse the question. Why didn't he rule on the merits, as you're stating?
Who's he?
You guys just said why the Supreme Court judge should have ruled on the merits. Like, what are you saying?
Oh, by the way,
you were saying that you were saying that the only function of a trial court judge, based on the instructions from the Supreme Court, was to come up with an alternative theory of other than latches that you felt would be able to satisfy the parties in the Supreme Court. So
simply that latches was the improper dismissal reason to dismiss that claim.
Okay, and he remanded it to the trial court.
Right, but he asked that the Supreme Court ordered them to review the signature verification process. They said there was a violation of the statute as it related to that process. And they're telling the trial court judge to go back and apply that standard, Greg.
Can you post that language in the nest from the decision? I've read it a couple times now. I haven't seen it, so I'd love to see it.
I don't have it at hand. I've read it. You know,
anybody
if I want to come out of the queue. Yeah. Okay.
Well, while Doc's looking for that, Patrick,
I'm not going to look for it. That's if he wants to make a point based on the language. I've given this my interpretation. I'm not saying that I'm absolutely right. I've been pretty correct on a lot of this stuff going along. So I think that's why I'm up here. I think people respect my opinion. This is my opinion. I think it's well informed because I was listening all day today to the experts in Phenom's case. I've read the pleadings. I've watched the hearings. I watched the trial. So, but I'm just one guy in California. Yeah, I've been a attorney poll watcher, and I've seen fraud, shredded ballots. In California, but anyway,
Doc, that's fine. I mean, when no one's questioning your credentials, obviously that's not an issue. And same with Fidgetal, he's a very experienced lawyer. There's a lot of respect for his credentials as well, and hence why, as viewers, when he makes a statement directly quoting exact sentences from the case, and you're countering that, then we do want to see where that's from. You see.
Well, he's not directly quoting. That's why he's asking me for the specific language. He's interpreting based on his memory.
No. He's saying he quote, as far as I know, please correct me, but he read it, and then when you made your statement, he said, "I've just read it 2 times and I didn't see what you said. Please, can you show me where it is? Is what happened, as far as I know."
Okay. Well, that's fine, but I'm not going to go argue this further. I waved the right flag as to my debate with Fidgetal. We bet on it, shook hands, and I'm sure there's a number of other people who'd like to speak to that issue if you want them to.
No problem. Patrick, as far as I know, please correct me, I'm sure you're from Arizona as well, and then you're an experienced journalist, so we'd love to have your view and opinion as well.
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman. Yeah, I'm an Arizona voter, Arizona resident. Show of hands in the room. Anyone else from Arizona? Great state of Arizona. Fantastic. Look, there's a lot of us in the state that feel that they were disenfranchised by what happened on Election Day. Is absolutely outrageous. That 60% of the voting polling places in Maricopa County, which is the biggest county in the state, whoever carries Maricopa County carries the state, carries every office in the state. That's well known. And, had that happened to, the Democrat Party, I would expect they would be rioting. It would look like Portland and Phoenix, okay? Not an exaggeration, I'm just saying. But they don't do things like that in Arizona. People are very polite. There's a lot of Midwestern transplants and refugees from the Midwest there. We handle things a little bit differently. We like to go through the process, play by the rules, and do things politely. But there's a lot of people that are outraged. And one of the reasons is because it's very clear to everybody in the state that nobody had ever seen a gubernatorial campaign like Kari Lake ran. There's so many people that were first-time voters that had been sitting out, much like the Obama and the Trump effect in previous elections, because they were motivated, they were excited by the Kari Lake campaign. She drew crowds that have never been seen in any governor campaign in Arizona and maybe in the United States. So very, very rare. It would be very rare to draw the sort of crowds consistently that she was drawing. And a lot of people who were disaffected voters from other, libertarians. There were some Democrat, migrants in that pool as well. So my initial question was for Robert Bose and for Doc, and it was the political dimension, but I think it's somewhat answered a little bit, or at least the question was raised, is that the down ballot races on this is not just about Kari Lake. And if you're talking about the margin of error, although statistically it looks like Blake Masters lost by a considerable margin, we're only talking about a difference of 125,000 votes. Okay, so that's for the U.S. Senate. You're talking about the balance of power in the United States legislative branches in Washington, D.C. Now, on the U.S. congressional races, those were pretty much, I would say, others would agree in the room, those are kind of dyed in the wool, they're set in stone. But the Attorney General's race, you're talking about the official number is 510 votes difference between Chris May and Abe Hamadeh. Now, this has huge implications, as does the Secretary of State race, as does the county recorder race, right down to the county level, because this is what it's all about. On the local level, there was massive changes in the way that the elections were run in Maricopa County because of COVID. Okay, the central.
Patrick, can I just ask you a question on that? Because I know you got more to say. I will definitely come back to you. But specifically on that point, and this is why I worry about Doc's bet with Digital, because even if he may be right legally, I think he's almost risking too much, because isn't that a factor that basically there's so much at stake in terms of the Senate, in terms of the Secretary of State race? There's just so much at stake that it puts so much pressure on the judge to again rule in the same way that he ruled before.
Yeah, Suleiman, it goes deeper than that. You're talking about the state house and the state senate balance of power as well. A lot of those races, much closer in those houses on the state level than in previous years, and that's who sets election policy. If there's going to be election reform in Arizona, which Carrie Lake promised that she was going to do, you're talking about the importance of the state Senate, the state house, and also the Attorney General, but the Secretary of State, and then who is actually controlling the machinery of elections. This is the county recorder's office. These are the people in charge of these positions. There's been dubious things raised about them running super PACs to take out Carrie Lake, okay, like Stephen Richer. And others too. Bill Gates is not from Microsoft. Another Bill Gates. He is also implicated as being involved in running the same super PAC. These are the people in charge of counting the votes. The Katie Hobbs, who supposedly won the race, she was Secretary of State. She was in charge of these elections. So you can understand how people in the state are just outraged. And to see the media trying to squash this, and people in this room trying to basically, disregard any challenge to this as just without standing, I think is unbelievable. Because if that happened in your state, if that is your vote, you absolutely wouldn't accept it. Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, or Independent, or whatever, Labor or Tory. Okay, completely outrageous. So there is more than a case here on more than one level. And if this is not settled, this is going to have to be relitigated again, and it might be relitigated by people maybe protesting. Or this is what we don't want to see. We want fair elections. That's all anybody in these positions want. And what they don't need is people obstructing that process of investigating and getting to the bottom of what happened. Because if both parties don't have faith, I think someone said this previously in the room, don't have faith in the system, not just one party, not just the one that wins, but both parties, then we can't move forward as a country. Certainly you can't move forward as a state. So there's a lot of issues there.
But I have a question for you, because I think that, because I understand that people bring this up all the time, but if the courts say no, right, this goes to court, right? Because I think we all in agreement that a dispute like this would go to the courts, either state or federal, depending on what's specifically being claimed. But if the courts say no for whatever reasons, either factual or standing or whatever, I feel like that settles it. I mean, it's kind of like Bush v. Gore. It was the Supreme Court that made a decision, and then everybody was like, okay, understood, the decision was reached. But I feel like when the courts say no in Arizona or Georgia or whatever, I feel like that's not enough. So I'm just trying to do the courts have to completely just get out of the way? Or what is the...
Let me quickly, I want to defer to Doc, but before I do that, all source. Bush v. Gore it was decided by the court in the end, but the ultimate decision on that historically and by the law would be that Gore conceded. Okay, he did. He conceded by telephone. So that's the final word. Okay. You can take it as far as you want, right up to the Supreme Court. There could have been a massive decision in Pennsylvania in the 2020 election, and that went right up to the Supreme Court. And one of the new appointees, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, she did not weigh in on that, unfortunately. So that could have easily swung the other way. That could have swung the result of a major swing state in the 2020 elections. But the courts on their own.
But that's my point. Like, but that's not my.
But that's not
the justice said.
Let me finish. Also, let me finish. I'll give you the real kicker. Okay, courts on their own are political. What happens outside the court influences the decision of any judge anywhere. Courts that do not decide on the letter of the law, they ultimately will rule on the political atmosphere that exists around the court. So it's a political problem to begin with. Therefore, the solution will ultimately be political. And to say that just because of that judge there that was appointed by Trump, which is a fallacious argument, that they dismiss the case, which is ridiculous, because even Trump appointees, judges, are under various political pressures. Look at the Supreme Court justices who had people on the lawns of their houses wanting to break into their house or attack their families. There is political pressure in all directions. So to say that just because the court decides this or that judge decides that is not the end argument. The solution is ultimately political with the voters, the state legislations, and those who hold office within the state. That's why this Arizona case is so crucial to this issue of election integrity.
Patrick, it's got to be done in the context of the claim in the Kari Lake matter, and it's the primary remedy sought by Kari Lake was to set aside the election or declare her the winner. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but if you have 300,000 potential or 290,000 votes, or even half of that are determined that did not apply, the law wasn't applied properly, and they shouldn't be counted. That the remedy for her is, and that the judge would have to consider, is it a do-over for the Kari Lake election? I mean, that's the only
question.
Right.
Robert, that would be for
But
me.
do we do over all the, because like I think people forget.
Well, as a voter,
no, hold on,
listen,
Patrick,
wait. As a voter who
I
cast a ballot, hold on, I cast a ballot in this election. I care about every single dot I filled on that ballot is equally important as Kari Lake. And as a voter, I speak for other voters. I think they would agree.
It affects all voters. But now, do the other candidates have to bring their own cases to get a remedy, or does the judge have discretion to do it?
That's for Doc or somebody who would be more au fait to give an opinion on that.
Doc, what do you think? And also, if you want to change the conditions of your bet.
I do want to go back to all sources original.
Based on Patrick's a very strong argument, which is my view as well, that the political aspect of this may just be way too strong. But anyway, go ahead, Doc.
So yes, the political aspect on all of these election challenges cases have been way too strong, and I can tell you exactly why. And also, when a court says no, a trial court says no, that's not the end of the story. That's why we have appellate courts and Supreme Courts. So in this case, the courts have not said no. What the courts have said is, yes, go back and look at this. But in terms of dealing with the political connotations, Patrick's right when looking at a ground level analysis of it. But really to understand why the courts here have been reticent to grant a broad review of the claims. Again, only 2 of the 13 trial court claims of Kari Lake were adjudicated by the court. It goes back to the Bush v. Gore case, where the Supreme Court over and over again did not want to weigh in on that case. They wanted the resolution to be resolved within the Florida court system, but they eventually had to step in because the Florida Supreme Court misapplied the law from a constitutional standpoint. And as a result of the decision in that case, that through the
just on what you're saying, the Arizona Supreme Court, what is the makeup of it in terms of political affiliation?
I don't know. My understanding is the head judge is a Democrat and has issued other rulings that are consistent with a liberal review of these issues. But let me finish my point, because I want to bring it back to
the whole
Arizona.
Panel heard it, by the way. The whole panel heard this case. So it wasn't just one of the judges that made this determination.
Right. The Supreme Court has can elect to have a full panel review, or a single judge review, or a 3-panel judge review of the claim. It was that serious that the whole panel and the Arizona courts did. But look, this reflects back on the 2020 and the 2022 election. Is the courts do not want to get involved in what's called political question. And there's actually doctrine in the law, and I'm sure Digital has heard this as well. It's the political question doctrine. And the courts, and Roberts is a particular advocate of this position, where if he feels an issue is overtly political, in that it particularly when it revolves elections and voting, they want the voters to pick representatives who will change the law, and they don't want to be dragged into this. So from my perspective, that's what the appellate court in Arizona took that perspective. But the Arizona Supreme Court, looking at how important these issues are, and Patrick did a very good summation of the attitude that I understand most Arizonans have, and that there is a potential for this to go up if it's not reviewed properly and competently and extensively. Digital, that the political question doctrine is just, and the courts desire to sit out because there's political pressure against them, because they're good old boys friends with the appellate court judge or the trial court judge, and they don't want to embarrass them. In my opinion, the way that the Supreme Court ruled on these issues is they picked the one thing, the one claim of Lakes that had a potential broad-based impact to up to 1.3 million voters. That if rendered a review was rendered under the Arizona law properly, that there would be a different vote result. Because Maricopa County is, I don't know what, 60% of the vote in all of Arizona, maybe more than that. So just ordering either a recount in Maricopa County, or switching the votes or disqualifying votes based on the review of the signature verification, not only would that put Lake potentially back in the lead, but especially given the Abe Hamada's lead was only, or loss was only 517, that could affect every other race.
So Digital, I know you had your hand up, so you want to come back on that. But in addition to that, if you could just answer this question. The reason I asked Doc this question is because Patrick said, and I agree with Patrick, that a lot of these things are politically motivated. And I've looked at a number of cases in the US, and generally speaking, when cases go to the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court, they go the way of whoever has the majority of their people in the court, so whether it's Democrat or Republican. So, I mean, do you know what the makeup of the Arizona Supreme Court is? One. And then the second thing is, obviously, I know you got to come back. Okay,
so first of all, I love this slippery slope argument. So every court is biased. So the two rulings beforehand and the Supreme Court all biased, or I'm not sure what you're saying, that it wasn't biased in the Supreme Court. And
no, I'll give you examples. I'll add a bit of substance to it. So I'm not talking about this case. Like, I looked at a few cases, but let me give you an example. I was looking at the 303 creative case. And what happened was, each time it went through the various courts, if it was a Republican judge, it went the way of 303 creative. And when it was a Democrat judge in the Court of Appeal, as an example, it went against the 303 creative. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. In my view, it's going to go towards the 303 creative. The decisions are going to go in their way. So that was just an example. And so I was saying, what is the makeup of the Arizona court? And are my thoughts right or not?
I understand what you're saying. And you're watching that happen in the U.S. Supreme Court, where decisions are being rendered based on not political leaning per se, but political leaning guides political ideology and interpretation of laws, case law, and such. So does that exist? Absolutely. And the U.S. Supreme Court's a perfect example. They make decisions based on their interpretation and how they believe the Constitution should be interpreted or not interpreted, and so on and so forth, right? That's just like, to say that that's somehow alarming or surprising would completely miss the entire point of why the Republicans didn't allow Obama to get his representative or his pick for the Supreme Court into the Supreme Court, right? Like, that's why they did it. That's why it's so important, and it's playing out in the way the decisions are being made from the U.S. Supreme Court. So, like, that's just nothing personal, but that's a nothing burger, right? That is what it is. That's why both parties do their best to get their judges and and their legislators into the positions that they want them to be. That's why Trump was able to get so many appointees, and he did that in the first place, right? So that's a nothing burger. I do want to reiterate, this does not have any impact whatsoever on any other case. All they were saying is the one claim that was not adjudicated on its factual merits should be reviewed first of all, not should be reviewed on its factual merits. Just saying that the dismissal of the claim based on laches was inappropriate because it was not relating to the validity of the rules themselves, but as to the application of the rules to her during her election process.
I don't think anyone has said here that this will affect another case.
Just to finish. That's what was being said.
Okay.
Just to finish.
No.
Just to finish. What you can know is that the court denied re-review of 6 of the 7 claims, and the only one that they allowed to go back was the one that wasn't adjudicated on the merits in theory, or more importantly, was dismissed improperly. So
we agree that it wasn't adjudicated on the merits.
I'm almost done. My guess is, and which is why I bet you 10 grand, Doc, is that the same response to the factual merits of all of her other claims that were dismissed at every level, right? Because she could not prove the evidence that the allegations she claimed were true enough to get agreement from the court in that regard, right? It's going to go the same way. So yes, they will factually review it, and they will come to the same evidence. And by the way, I have to jump in. In the ruling, said that they can re-engage the sanctions motions for bringing frivolous claims.
Okay, you need to land the plane, Fidgetal. Okay, first, I did not agree to bet you $10,000. If that's what the number that you said, I didn't hear that. No, I don't agree to that. I offered you a gentleman's bet, a handshake. I thought you offered me an agreement to that. If you want to bet $100 or just be a gentleman about it, but no, I'm not betting you $10,000. And yes, this is a recorded space. I reject the notion that I agreed to your offer.
Fine. How about 1 Ethereum?
I'm not in crypto, man.
It's $1,817 right now.
No. It's really not that. It doesn't mean that much to me that you would win on this, because what you have on your side is the corruption of the courts and the corruption of the Arizona, government writ large now under Katie Hobbs. You want to talk about? Patrick talked about the overwhelming support and crowds that turned out for Kari Lake. Let's flip the coin on the other side and look at what Hobbs did. Hobbs would not agree to any debate. Hobbs would not go out in public unless it was controlled. If Hobbs was confronted or with complaints from people about her performance as Secretary of State, the security attacked them. I mean,
dude, that was
if
smart.
This wasn't a third world banana republic election, the people would not be ready to revolt, as Patrick has said. You are not on the ground in Arizona, sir. You don't know what's going on there. We're talking to thousands and thousands of people right now. You've got to get on the right side of this issue.
No,
this is not a banana republic.
That's not a good argument. Like, most, other than Patrick and Trash, no one's from Arizona, but yet everyone's invested in what's happening. Ed, I've got a question for you, and it's linked to what Doc said. And it is something that concerned me when I was watching the actual election when it was happening early on in 2022. And that was, in 2022, it was like Katie Hobbs being in charge of the election. I mean, did you find that problematic, Ed?
Yeah, I mean, I can see the argument. I can definitely see the argument from the right on that. I didn't follow the Arizona election as closely as I probably should have, but so I don't really want to say one way or the other. But like going back to the point that, this whole crowd size thing. Kari Lake had these huge crowds. Like that's something that's always bothered me. Like Trump gets huge crowds, but so that's supposed to translate into an election winner, into more votes than Biden, who gets very small crowds compared to Trump. I don't buy that argument, because as a Biden supporter, I could care less about going to one of his speeches or one of his rallies. I don't care about him as a person. I just care about his ideas and his ideologies, right? So I think that climate on both sides are a little bit different, where Trump is kind of like this representation of what
people are more emotionally invested in Trump.
Yeah, like I don't even know how I can explain it, but he's more of like an icon of the party. He's like this figure, and he's a great marketer. He's made that. He created that. But that, I don't think that necessarily translates into meaning more people support him, support his ideas and him than Biden. It's just that people who support Biden aren't they don't follow him like their sports teams like they do Trump.
Hey, Ed,
Rasmussen polls.
can I respond to Ed, since the question came from me? Ed, number one, Ed, I want to thank you for walking in and staying as long as you did into that, and maybe it was Brian, I thought it was you, into the American mission space, deal with the conservatives and MAGA in there. I respected you for, if that was you, or I respect your brother.
Was that today or another day?
I thought it was last night or yesterday, but
it was Brian. I think that was Brian.
Was it Brian? Okay,
yeah.
So Brian represented both of you well and spoke well in defense of both of you. So I wanted to tip my hat to you as far as that goes. But as to your point that crowd size doesn't really matter because of the nature of the candidates and the individual candidates themselves, referring to the presidents, what it really does show is voter enthusiasm. And voter enthusiasm has always been a polled metric for and tied to likely voter outcome. So I think it's perfectly reasonable and statistically could be demonstrated that the crowd size would lead to turning out at the polls, would lead to a higher vote count. And so we can disagree on that, but I think
I definitely see your point on that. But I think like Biden isn't an exciting candidate. I would completely agree with people who say that. And that's why I think somebody like DeSantis would have a better shot against Biden, is because I think so many of Biden's votes were anti-Trump votes rather than Biden votes. So I think that
that's
Biden,
what you think, right? You don't know that.
That's my opinion, because I know for me, I really cared more about this election because it was against Trump. And I know a lot of friends who have felt the same way.
But you would have, irrespective of who the candidate was, you would have voted Democrat, though, wouldn't you, Ed?
Yeah, but I know so many people who were like, okay, I have to vote this election because we can't have Trump reelected. And
so
I think
I'm gonna agree with
turnout.
I'm gonna agree with Ed here, because I know so many people who voted for Biden that didn't really know anything about Biden. They just knew that he wasn't Trump. And basically,
the media onslaught on Trump really worked then, didn't it? All the
absolutely.
Of Trump's social media accounts really worked, didn't it? The whole
100%
from mainstream media really worked, didn't it? People have been under a psyop, and it started with the psyop here generally that tied into the pandemic and the banks and everything else that people in spaces are freaking out about today. Started with the psyop to take out Trump. The pandemic was part of it. COVID was part of it.
Doc, I think it's more like the chicken or the egg. I don't think you can blame the psyop. I think you can also blame. I guess I should say
no. Look,
the psyop. But
you guys are both very correct, because I am actually an example of somebody who was duped by that psyop. So I voted for Biden, not because I like Biden. I just didn't like Trump, and that was because at the time the temperature was so high, the division was so high, and the psyop, which worked. I don't know if you were being sarcastic, Doc, but it did work, because I know it worked.
I'm not being sarcastic at all. I think this was a plan that I planned, and that's why. I remember this point. That's why in 2016. Hillary and her supporters didn't go into court to contest the election. They made a shit ton of noise about it, and there are reels that are all over social media of liberal after a liberal after a liberal complaining about the outcome of that election, but they didn't go into court. And why the fuck was that? That's because they had this plan, right? That's because from the moment they had Crossfire Hurricane loaded up, and they were trying to impeach Trump from the start.
But in terms of stop the steal and the vote, my question would be, why did Trump lose all those court cases? So like the media mainstream narrative was that he had 47, 48 court cases, and he got laughed out of court on all of them. if anyone here had any details on that, on what the true revelations of that were, I'd be great. I'd be very, I'd like to hear it.
I could tell you, I could talk to you for 3 hours straight, make every point in my favor, and you wouldn't be able to debate me. But that was a debate that was held early in the room with Jenna Ellis, and frankly, if the hosts want to go down that road, that's fine with me. But you're mischaracterizing the outcome based on what the mainstream narrative, media narrative has been on those cases. No,
I'm actually asking a genuine question, because after Biden showed up and the whole kind of magic spell on everyone from CNN and all that kind of wore off, and lots of people like me was like, wait a minute, we've been duped. So now, not everybody has the time of day to go back and reanalyze all these things. Okay, what actually happened when that pipe leaked in that room or whatever. So it's a genuine question. Like, what are the arguments against these things? Because again, the mainstream narrative from ABC, NBC, all these things are like, no way. He had his chance. He had the court cases, and he would laughed out all of it.
Let me answer that real quickly, and let me tag in Jim, who's got his hands up, who knows as much, if not more, about these issues than I do. I'm going to go take a shot, and I'll be right back.
Jim, you got your hand up, and you were called out, so go for it.
Yeah, well, give me a question. Sorry, I got quickly distracted.
Okay, so once I thought you had your hand up to.
I did, but
I have a question for Digital, actually.
Suleiman, why were the 47 cases dismissed early on? That was the question. Why were the 47?
If we can keep it concise, because I think we did cover it earlier in the space as well. But I know we have new listeners as well, so just go for it.
Yeah. No, just the quick response to all that related to the cases after 2020 is just that nothing was heard on the merits. Now, Tira, I'll just give her credit. She mentioned one case that I might have to concede was, but of the vast majority of these cases were dismissed on standing, dismissed on the judge's ruling that there was no merit to the case, but they were never adjudicated in court, so that you had discovery, which would be very difficult right after, or an actual argument between the parties. That's the reality of what happened there with those.
Okay, back on the one case Tira mentioned was where the Pennsylvania legislature abdicated its responsibilities to the courts to decide about drop boxes and absentee voting, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court backed up the lower court. So that's the only one she was referring to that really had merit, that was considered on the merits. But back to Ed's point about the turnout and things like that. Scientific results just recently with a very good polling company, Rasmussen, just showed that they surveyed voters in Arizona that Kerry Lake won by 8%, and that even the down ballot races, Finch, Hamadeh, they would have won. They actually surveyed voters, real voters, and in a very scientific, non-biased, well-weighted poll that the outcome would have been different. And now going to the precedent.
Go ahead.
Just a quick one about the precedent. We were talking about, does this have broader implications for other races, and have outcomes of votes been altered? And we don't have to go back too far to Charlotte, North Carolina, and a U.S. congressional race where a Republican won. The Democrat challenged based on improprieties and absentee votes, and they went to court and they got a new election, and the new election happened and the Democrat won. So that just happened. There was another one in the U.S. Senate in Vermont, a little further back, and that took about a year to displace. So the winner in that case was taken out of the office a year later, and the challenging, I think it was a challenging Democrat in that case too. The Democrat was seated. So, and you can go back to Arizona 100 years ago, but that's less relevant.
Yeah. So Robert, on that, and I've got a question for Fidgetal before I go to Patrick, because I know you had your hand up, Patrick, and then Red. But Fidgetal, there was something you mentioned, and it's just been on my mind. I wanted to ask it, but I wanted everybody else to speak as well. Is you said, let's say in this hypothetical situation, Carrie Lake was to win her case, that it wouldn't have any impact on the election race of the other people. Now, I never understood why that wouldn't be the case, and I'll explain why. Because you basically got, let's say Carrie Lake, it was to win her.
Wait a minute. That's not what I said. Yes, if she wins, i.e., proving that the signature rules were misapplied, then yes, it could have substantial impact. What I said is that this ruling by the Supreme Court says and does nothing as to the merits of whether that claim is correct. And I followed
Then
that up.
why would they send it back down to the trial court? That makes no sense.
I've already covered this so many times because the law was improperly applied. They said that the denial of adjudicating the claim, mind you, they went to the merits of the other ones and found that she could not prove with the evidence that there was enough evidence to support her claims of problems in the election. They dismissed this one because they improperly, according to the Supreme Court, applied the law of latches as to the validity of the rules themselves instead of what the petitioner was actually alleging, which was that not that they were improper in and of themselves, but that they were improperly applied at the time of the election. Therefore, the timing argument with regards to latches was improperly applied by the lower courts and improperly reaffirmed by the appellate courts. And the Supreme Court simply said, latches is not, it was improperly applied because of a misunderstanding or a misapplication of the timing of the petitioner, of Carrie Lake. That means that the court could dismiss it the trial court could dismiss it for other reasons, just not latches based on the wrong timing of the application of the law. And what I
don't think you should discount the seriousness of Judge Thompson. I think he approached it very seriously. Maybe he made some mistakes that now the Supreme Court is saying he made mistakes on that particular one on signature verification. Now, when he's getting remand, what do you think he's going to do? Just come up with some other procedural BS reason to dismiss it, or is he going to hear it on the merits?
My guess is that he will hear it on the merits, so that it doesn't have any chance of surviving another appeal, because she can still appeal that on the merits, right? If it's declined again, what I said is probably most likely, which is why I made a bet with Doc that apparently wasn't heard properly, which I understand. That's fine.
There was no money involved. I can verify that.
Oh, you can go back. I specifically said $10,000, but it's okay.
Let's go to the videotape. I heard 100,000.
Still a matter videotape.
That's not what I accepted. You might have said that, but I did
hear
just happens.
It's hard to hear people. 10,000, and that's why I was worried for Doc, and hence why I tried to explain why it wasn't a great idea to go ahead with that bet, even when taking into consideration the political referendum.
Yeah, I did not go into that.
Sometimes when you're talking on these spaces, you don't catch sometimes what someone says. I mean, we need to leave that line and get to the discussion, I think.
Yeah.
It's okay, and there was no consideration, so that's
no
fine.
Valuable consideration. Be accurate.
No valuable consideration. All I'm saying is, yes, I believe that the judge will most likely address this on the merits and not try to redismiss it based on a technical reason. I think he would be foolish to do so. I think he will adjudicate on the merits. And the reason why I did, although you didn't hear me, Doc, correctly, or at all, maybe whatever the case may be, the recording will say that I said $10,000, so that's fine, is because I believe very, very 10,000 reasons strongly that the judge will adjudicate the merits in the same way he did the other 6 claims and found the evidence lacking.
It's a dangerous game here. I mean, if he preserves not applying the law on future elections, more voters are going to be disenfranchised. It'll be allowing fake voters coming in the system, dead ones, Californians, illegals. This is really dangerous without regard to party. We need to protect the voters.
Robert. I mean, let me ask this question to Patrick, actually, because you got your hand up and then you can continue. I mean, Patrick, I agree with Robert. It is dangerous. I actually think that there are significant issues. Just looking at it from observing it, I did watch that election quite closely. That did seem like there were significant issues. But at the same time, I actually agree with Fidgetal. I do actually think that's what's going to happen. He's going to get the case. Obviously, he can't drop it based on a technicality. So he will look at the merits of the case. And I think that he will still come to the same conclusion. And I do believe that a lot of this is politically motivated. So anyway, what's your thoughts on that, Patrick? And then go ahead.
Well, I know from lawyer to lawyer, I know you guys love fait accompli, so I don't want to get in the middle of that, and there'll be no handshake bets either. But I'm speaking as a citizen, I'm speaking as a journalist, I'm speaking as a voter, and I would wage this fight for anybody. And I know that might be hard for people to believe. I would wage this fight if for Democrats, for minorities. My forefathers waged this fight in the civil rights movement for segregation and things like this. So this is an American issue. It's not a partisan issue. The problem is it's become a partisan issue. And see, this is the problem with American politics right now. We have a myopic view of history and our place and our context in it. And this is a big problem. This is the source of a lot of the toxicity that comes with the partisan polarity in the United States right now. But what Doc said, I want to add to what Doc said, because I think it got kind of steamrolled over in the technical legal jargon analysis, which is very important. And I agree. The courts, at the end of the day, they're processing these issues the best they can with the restraints of their institutions and all the pressures on it. But the political issue is still, to me, one of the overriding issues, because and there is a misconception by a lot of people that courts operate in a sealed, sanitized vacuum, and they're not affected by what happens outside the courtroom. And this is not true. If there's any ruling on this particular case, if there's any concession whatsoever, it has massive implications. And I'll tell you why, because as we speak right now, there are many cases, more than a dozen signature verification cases, which are being adjudicated, winding their way through the legal system in different states. And before the 2020 election, I shall point out as well that the Democrats deployed dozens of lawyers and civil rights lawyers to sue states to stop signature verification, including states like North Carolina. I don't have all the details, but Robert Barnes, attorney, has documented this really well. So they deployed a lot of resources before the 2020 election to challenge signature verifications on various dubious grounds, like it's discriminatory, and this is the same type of thing with opposing voter ID. So there's clearly a strategy there, and what it does is it comes down to money. If there is some positive result in Arizona, this then reverberates politically. And when you have things reverberate and cascade politically, that means more money is available to hire trial lawyers, to hire litigators, to challenge a lot of things that there just isn't the political capital or the funding or the interest or the belief that you could be successful there. So to say that this isn't going to make a difference and this is insignificant, I think is incorrect. But certainly the ones who don't want to see the result are going to tell you that. So I'm here to speak for the people who want to see election integrity realized, and not just talk, but they want to see that everybody trusts it.
I said it was if the results came back in her favor, I said it would be very important and very impactful for the precise reasons you just accurately mentioned.
Excellent.
I completely agree.
Then I can buy you a beer. Absolutely. 100%. So rain check there. But I'd like to kick this over to Jim, this issue, because Jim probably has a good political perspective on this about how the politics, the ecosystem of the political conversation, the public support for against or an issue can affect how things are going to be decided in courts in different places across the country on issues just like this.
Go for it, Jim.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally muted myself. Yeah, I mean it's really hugely important. Like, so we sit in here and discuss the legal issues, and it was a fascinating conversation between Robert and Fidgetal and Doc, and that's the stuff that we deal with internally. And I think even with outside political influence, courts are working through those technical matters, which are part of what we do in courts. But we really have come into a place, and particularly when it comes to these matters as they've been, in 2000 and then jumping ahead to 2020 and until now, We've changed the entire way that we work through the political system because the kinds of stakes, and I'm saying this from an issue of taxonomy here, the kinds of stakes that are at play are greater now than ever. And that happened, I believe, largely, not entirely, but largely in part due to the fact that Trump did come on the scene. So the political matter is one issue in a broad sense. More specifically, I'm convinced, because of the reactions to these things, and we need to be fair, by the way, and Fidgetal Mate actually does make some good points about the legal process. And I think we often can you get mad at the judge when the judge is really attempting to follow the proper legal approach to this, the law approach, the requirements of the court. But I'm also convinced that you've got many judges in this country who have become, because generally politics is always at play in courts, but that are becoming particularly sensitive because of a perception that Donald Trump is a problem. By the way, someone earlier on brought up he was a Trump-appointed lawyer, and he even did this. Well, that may be true, and that's an important point. But what's neglected from that particular argument is the fact that Trump-appointed lawyer may be running away from giving a positive result for the very purpose of not being said the Trump-appointed lawyer did this. So there's a whole lot of play here, and this is a human process. We have to remember that. But I think what is so critical in this entire discussion that concerns me most is, and I brought it up earlier, but I'm going to repeat it, because we have not come to a place in this country to recognize that we are in a very recent post-reform of how we do elections. We've had a radical shift in the last 15 years of how we do that. Early voting was never on the scene prior till about 2002 to 5. I can't remember which year it started up, but you never had early voting in states. Oregon by 2006 or 7, I think it was by 2006 maybe, had gone to unsolicited mail voting. That's a radical transformation of how we do elections. And when it comes to the Kari Lake case that we've been talking about, there would be absolutely no court dealing with any issue with Kari Lake right now, likely, if we did not have any mail voting in Arizona. Like, that wouldn't even be an issue. With the argument we're having right now, and we're still learning the legal doctrine on this, or the legal approach to this, because of this late reform movement that I'm referring to. We're in brand new territory. Like, that's another aspect of this that's really bad, and it's why I think we need to backtrack on some of these reforms, because we're finding out the way that these issues are playing out, Trump or not. We're finding out that this way that we've gone is a very real problem. It causes consternation to voters, and I think it's causing legal problems that we're not going to easily be able to resolve, because whenever you want to do those, as opposed to other aspects of the legal system, you got to squeeze it into 2, 3, 4 week time periods right after elections, and there's no way to process that. We need to back up and rethink all this stuff and totally redo our election systems back close to where they were.
And Jim, wouldn't you agree that in the case of Arizona, where they're slow walking the vote 4 weeks after Election Day in a state of 5 million or 6 million or whatever, much smaller than Florida or any other state comparable size, that even shrinks that window of opportunity to adjudicate or to hear complaints, to have things heard? It's even worse when you're slow walking the vote, like in Arizona.
Well, yeah, and by the way, I lived in Maricopa County until 2005, and I've certainly observed the change in the Republican dominance of the county over time, but it hasn't been that radical. In fact, I remember on the 2020 election night when Maricopa County then they said it went to Democrats, because I also observe it from afar. I watched the the specific results county by county in certain states, particularly ones I've lived in. And Maricopa County didn't go blue in presidential elections prior to 2020. To me, I was very shocked when I saw that. Like I could see it maybe doing that, but not so quickly as it did. There's something really weird because Maricopa County, this is the way that they do their elections right now, in my opinion, and I'm saying this broadly as someone who's run elections for many years, is really freaky and weird. Like these vote center things are crazy. There's just no effective way, even though it seems inefficient to go precinct by precinct, as we've always done in this country until recently. When you have these big vote center things, it's really hard to have vote watchers. And that's a critical aspect of running good elections, as I have done myself when I've been an election in charge of elections from time to time through my career. And it's a challenge.
And yeah, I mean, that's brilliant. And in terms of running elections, I mean, Red, I do apologize. I know I was meant to go to you ages ago, but Jim had something very important to say at that point. I didn't want to. So yeah, Red, what was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks again for the opportunity, Soleimani. I wanted to just mention about 3 different aspects that caused these cases to be dismissed. The first aspect was like mootness, basically. A lot of people said before the elections, and a lot of courts said that these challenges to the use of Zuckerberg funds, Zuckerbucks as we call them, those challenges were dismissed because the election hadn't taken place yet. That kind of seems absurd, but that's the excuse that they use. And then after
that's not what they said. They said at that point that the matter wasn't ripe for review. That's what happens before an election takes place. The matter is moot after the election was decided.
The names of the county municipal governments or whatnot, and CTCL and these other nonprofits, and they were all working together at that point. So it might not have been right because they might not have finished the heist, but when the robbers are inside the bank, that might be a good time to call the alarm. So that was one reason. And some of those challenges did go through, and some of the actions of these nonprofits were stopped in different jurisdictions. The second reason why these were dismissed is like the Kraken, for example. Sidney Powell came out and filed cases in every county. She didn't have standing to do all of that. And the plaintiffs that she brought with her, some of those people were tainted. Some of those people were sent to her with false evidence and really to take her down. And they succeeded, unfortunately.
It wasn't a question of Sidney Powell having standing. It was a question of whether or not her clients had standing.
Exactly. So thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. And the third reason was Fox News. And why I say Fox News, and they're still in the litigation, and there's been a lot of things exposed about how Dominion admits that their machines are crap, and that's absolutely the truth. But the issue with Fox News is, even though there was a couple of people talking about that, the general consensus on Fox News was that Joe Biden had won. Fox News is the entity that actually conceded the election. Trump didn't concede, but Fox News did, and that was the cap of the PSYOP associated with the election integrity fraud the election fraud that took place, undermining the integrity that we've had for all of history up until the last 20 plus years or so. And it was that element that totally tanked the entire process, created this fringe media, supported, of course, by social media censorship. But then Rumble came out, we had OAN and Newsmax and some other right-wing extreme news channels that still brought the message, but they were ostracized in Fox News, which everybody's grandfather and grandmother listen to and have on TV all day while they're watching dinner or eating dinner and everything else. They're watching this and totally drinking it up and thinking that they're getting the other side, thinking that they're getting 2 perspectives, opposing perspectives, when it was fixed the entire time. It was only one perspective.
I do want to start wrapping up the space now, so I do want people's final thoughts. I'll try and balance this out, although we've maybe not got as much balance at this point. So let's go for Doc. Doc, what's your final thoughts about this? Your final thoughts about the entire space. So we've covered a number of issues, whether it's the indictment, whether it's Trump v. DeSantis, and we do want to go more into detail about that in a future space. And then we have election integrity, and then the Arizona situation.
Well, thank you again for the host for bringing me up and tolerating my opinion. I really appreciate that. I appreciate everyone that argues their beliefs here, Fidgetal, Ed, the Krasensteins. I do think this is a critical time in our nation. Tom Fitton has been in these spaces and said that these election challenges and the lawfare For those who don't know the term lawfare, it's a derivative of warfare, where attorneys, are fighting each other in ways that are not honorable and unprofessional, and that's become the course in our country, and it's coarsened our debate. The debate in here, I think it's a reflection of that. Although this is probably the mildest space I've been on Mario's for Mario. So thanks again. Appreciate you all.
Let's go for Jim.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to be nice again, the way Doc was. I have a lot of respect for Fidgetal. We disagree a whole lot on stuff, but he's a smart guy and actually thinks through this. And I know that there are conservatives out there hearing that saying, "What are you talking about?" But no, I do like him. And
exactly. We get shut down every time we make.
I know. But I'm gonna get that cigar and whiskey with you, dude. Anyway, but I just
right, guys. Other than praising Fidgetal, what other?
Yeah, I know. The only other thing I want to say is, but I say all that because this debate is really good and people need to hear it. I'm concerned that we do not, and I'm going to repeat what I said, that we do not have an understanding of how serious the recent changes in elections are. We're in a tragic and challenging time right now where we have to figure out how we're going to be able to come up to a consensus in this situation in this country. And I tell people all the time, I've got friends all over the world, mostly in Asia, that are expressing their concern to me, and they're people I talk to all the time, and they're concerned that what's going on in the United States, because they really do. So many people around the world look to us to do things the right way. And there are some other countries too, but they really see it in the United States. And we've got to get this right. And we have to have not a debate that where, I'm on my side, you're on your side, and I'm going to kill you unless you accept what I have to say. We've got to be willing to recognize that this is a perilous situation we're in the way we do elections. And it's caused, forget Donald Trump, it's caused a lot of other harm that we need to resolve. So that's what I'm concerned about. And I'm glad we had the debate to kind of work through that, because I think it's helpful for people to understand it.
Thank you guys for the kind words. I think it's important to understand that the kind words come most likely because I'm not radical in my positions. I believe my positions, or more importantly, my positions is just like you, how you prefer the outcome of our country to unfold. Right? Mine just happens to be different than yours, often. Sorry, I just walked to the hill. But at the core, the only way that we get any clarity is just have objective, rational, logical, fact-based conversations where we, at the end of the day, can go, I just disagree with you. Am I hosting a space later tonight that's called Trump Looks Good in Orange? Yes. Do I like Trump? No. But not because I know him personally and I don't like him as a human. I just don't like who he has conducted himself in public and private life. And that's my opinion. But that doesn't mean I'm a huge Biden supporter. That just means he's the one in office right now. I like the outcomes of much of his decision-making in terms of where he's, well, probably not even him. I don't even know if he's alive. Really. He could just be a bunch of mice living in a old white man's body. But the fact is, whoever is helping guide him make the decisions, I like those decisions. But I equally feel that Trump is not a human. I feel he is a meat bag suit with a bunch of mice in him as well. And the people around him were guiding him to make the decisions that the other side liked. So at the end of the day, we're just disagreeing with the outcome. I think calling into question elections is fundamentally damaging to our country, period. I think the results of the court cases, the litany of court cases, speak volumes as to whether these things should be brought up and how we manifest them in the news and public opinion. And I came on specifically because I had been listening, and there's a reason why nobody argued with my analysis of the disposition of the case
It's because I was correct in my analysis. Now, what occurs down the line in terms of the lower court's decision, I simply was willing to bet $10,000 that I believe the case will be fully dismissed, meaning that one last claim that is subject to a re-review and adjudication will go the way of the other 6.
Billions and billions and trillions, frankly, pushing the market and sometimes rigging the market. We have rigged financial markets. We also have a rigged judicial system. It's unbalanced. We've seen it with the indictments. We also have a rigged election system. It's in everybody's interest, and some people's interests are to have it to be rigged because they make money on it. If it's Goldman, or if it's a judicial system that wants a political outcome, it can be rigged. But in the elections, it's you've seen the tussle back and forth. In everybody's interest here, we need to have a common set of rules for banking. We need stable currency. We don't want crypto to have a line of code that steals it from your wallet, like an FTX. We need a stable banking system that's de-rigged. We need to de-rig all these things. I'm here to help do that, and definitely we have to de-rig the elections.
Thanks for that. And Patrick, your final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, put that together and allow people to balance that out and make some kind of evaluation of what they've heard. I think that's wonderful. And you guys have done a pretty good job moderating what is a potentially incendiary issue. But, one of the things that struck me over the last 2 elections is, and I have friends from all over the world, as I know, some of the people in this space are international and throughout the 90s. All of these corporations with all these latest voting tech solutions have road tested all of this stuff in South America, Central America, and in, quote, third world countries. And mind you, you'd be naive to think that our Central Intelligence Agency are not interested in these tools as they're used in other foreign countries. But the horror when you start to consider that these tools might also be used to rig or to distort electoral results in the United States of America. So I think we'd be very naive to think that technology is somehow impervious to such abuse. So, but the whole problem is we need to have this conversation. And I absolutely support Tulsi Gabbard's election reform integrity bill, although no other Democrat or Republican did, pretty much. I wonder why. But this whole idea of automating everything, of that technology is the solution to everything, that for convenience, or that we need to centralize this process or that process. That's the core, one of the single points of failure that cascade with huge ramifications if there's a problem. And that's exactly what happened. So the centralization of processes, the over-reliance on technology, and this really speaks to kind of a divergent thinking and this idea of wanting to have federal solutions to these problems. Along ideological and partisan lines, there's definitely a divergent thoughts on this across Democrats and Republicans. And there's also a divergent opinion on state sovereignty versus the federalization of society. And this is, to me, is very worrying because things like automation and technology lend themselves so well to technocracy. And if we look at this globally and look at what's being advocated out of places like Davos, these are technocratic solutions. Half of European countries are run by technocrats now. And Americans need to understand that. And I believe that Washington is becoming more technocratic as as all these trends continue to creep. This is a real problem. So I am also a big supporter of the 10th Amendment. I'm a big supporter of state sovereignty, and I believe this is what makes the United States absolutely unique in the world and gives it the most potential for self-healing and self-reform and course correction is the wide distribution of sovereignty among the states, and really trusting that people in each state are going to make the right decisions and come to the right conclusions.
Patrick, thank you for that. We are about to finish up, Melissa. So if you can just give your and I do apologize, I came to you towards the end, but if you could just give your thoughts in 30 seconds.
Just for the just before Melissa jumps in, just for the audience, we are preparing for another space. In about 30 minutes, we'll end this one and start a new one. Just a geopolitical space. I miss those spaces. Just the latest with Iran, Russia, China, especially with Xi Jinping's visit to Russia. I can't wait for this one. So yeah, we'll be kicking that off in about half an hour. But Melissa, sorry, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what, in my closing statement, to piggyback on what Patrick was saying. I really, being somebody who came from a third world country, like he was saying, because the people in Brazil, they've lived through this, like they've seen this. And, I'm growing up in a third world country. I mean, this is what we saw with the elections, and to see it happen here in the United States in the 2020 election for me was very shocking, and it was very scary. And I think even just everything, it just connects with all the dots with everything that's happening with the censorship that's taking place, with the COVID mandates and all of these things. And I think all those dots connect. And I think people should just stop looking at this from a left-right perspective and really truly understand what is happening to the United States. When you see elections no longer run properly, the idea that in America you can't have one day, one vote with a voter ID is just, unbelievable to me. So obviously, the fact that they have changed all these election laws is because there's cheating going on and there's fraud going on because there is an agenda to put certain people in place. And I think people need to really focus on that. And I know, a lot of people maybe on the Democrat side might be fine with it now because the people that are being put in place usually tend to lean left. But you wouldn't like, if that changes, it wouldn't be a good outcome. So basically, I mean, when a country starts to trend towards communism, authoritarianism, censorship, Marxism, which, I have seen coming from a country that fell to Marxism, I'm seeing the exact same playbook play out here in the United States. And it doesn't end well for anybody.
Yeah, that's a good point, Melissa. No, thank you for that. Thanks for coming. We do appreciate you joining the stage. I'm sorry, I'm rushing you. It's basically.
Oh no, absolutely.
I was meant to end the stage. This space a while ago, but I've just let everybody have the last comments. Allsauce, have you got any last comments?
Hey, no, I really appreciated all the speakers, especially kind of the guys here with legal backgrounds and direct exposure here. It was fascinating. I learned a lot. This isn't my forte, but I appreciated everybody's comments, and it was a great space. So I thank you so much for letting me co-host and be a speaker as well.
No, we appreciate you. You have a wealth of knowledge and experience. Raphael, have you got any last comments for the last 5-10 seconds before I wrap it up?
I'm gonna let you close the space because apparently you have another one starting in 30 minutes. So
I appreciate it.
I don't know when you guys sleep, but try to get some at some point.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, I really enjoyed the debate. I think we had very good interaction on a number of issues, like I said, in terms of Trump's indictment. We had Jenna Ellis on, we had Benny Johnson on, we talked about election integrity, and then the major news that came out, which was the Arizona elections. So I appreciate everybody and the input, and I really did, because we had a wide range of input, as many people said. So yeah, appreciate time. Join us in 30 minutes. We've got a geopolitical space, and those are always, they're less articulate. I'm not articulate, but they're more emotional is probably the way to say it. So yeah, join in. It'd be awesome.
Thank you.